So this is part one of the Communist Party in the tradition of left. It doesn't come with a title in the actual text, but I have summarized it to centralism. So here we go. The party requires, above all, centralization and discipline, with both of these being reached through the real life activity of the party rather than through forceful means producing a false centralization and discipline. It requires organs, or recursions in the terminology I would tend to use, of direction and coordination for action according to the needs of centralization and discipline across all local and national circumstances. So basically, you should have systems and organizations or sections within all organizations that are which have the active interests of coordinating and maintaining connection with between the periphery and the center so that there's a constant back and forth between the two. That results in greater centralization and discipline. The reason for the need of such centralization and discipline is that, in order to be an effective organ of the working class, all militants and recursions must give absolute obedience and discipline to the center, which is aware of the activities of all local and national recursions. In the name of this centralization, the periphery should only take action in their local arena when under orders by the center. In accordance to those orders, only use the approved technology matrix, the agreed upon tactics supplied to everyone by the center. So basically, like, let's say you're working at a factory. The bosses are going to come in and say, this is what you're producing, and here is how you're going to produce it, and you're not going to produce it any other way. And then the workers at the factory say, okay, we're producing it this way. And you might have a variety of different ways that you can produce this thing in certain circumstances, but you can't produce it any way outside of those for a variety of reasons. It might be because one way is more expensive, another way results in subpar production quality, etc., etc. This is part of the universalization and socialization of production. So yeah, that's what they aim to do. They aim to universalize and systematize production so that all the tactics are the same across the board and nobody's going to be going off and doing their own thing. And these tactics, to be clear, aren't especially they don't say straight out what all of them are at any point in time, which is interesting given that they're supposed to have absolute clarity and all that sort of stuff. But from what I can tell, they tend to be general things like no support of imperialist war, revolutionary defeatism, not and so on and so forth. And then they've got larger ones, the principles. So they refuse to put democracy as a principle, but they do have it as a tactic, etc., etc. So it's kind of levels. It's kind of levels. Okay, continuing. The central organ, in turn, needs to maintain their theoretical principles and adhere to historical tactical norms which they are certain the rank and file will accept and carry out. As a side note, if these tactics applied do not match local conditions, are such impossible to carry out as written for whatever reason, internal to the local organ or to the external environment, and the rank and file is barred from taking any action outside of those tactics, then that means that they cannot obtain the basis for any further action, and the result will be the collapse of the local organ as it ceases movement. Or the local organ will have no choice but to break with the center and take initiative. There must be a process for this which does not result in the orders of the center being necessarily ignored, resulting in a split or crisis or development of factions. I don't know if they've got anything like that, though. They certainly don't say one way or the other. The party requires all members to engage in theoretical work which analyzes events, social facts, and clarifies tasks and what is necessary to carry them out. My writing is terrible sometimes. In support of this, organizational structures are required that expedite this in the most effective way. This may be in the form of special recursions or periodic consultations at congresses, but should never allow members to meet in distinct organizations or factions within but outside of the party, or publish their analyses and networks that are distinct from the party's unitary demands and positions. The rank and file need to have a variety of methods of doing analyses of their conditions and making their views clear throughout the organization. But all such methods must be within strict limitations that do not go beyond the party's official proper channels. These are what we would call statutes, by the way. Those very things that they reject. These congresses that involve general periodic consultations do not pass judgment on the work of the center or decide who is in what position, but rather make decisions about questions of general orientation, thus passing indirect judgment on the work of the center, by the way, while keeping in mind the invariant historical doctrine of the World Party. In terms of deciding who does what, the party needs instead a hierarchical differentiation in accordance to levels of importance of role, with a strict division of labor whereby individual militants are assigned to different roles of order givers and order takers. The organs which perform and support the functions of the development of hierarchy, roles, and the discipline of the rank and file in accordance to these need to be without any careerism involved. This is achieved through constant cycling of militants between roles, etc. So basically, you're not going to have any one job within the commune, or rather within the party. Instead, you're going to be moving from a particular activity to another one regularly, and everybody will be doing that until eventually people find themselves comfortable with being in a particular role, or other people find themselves comfortable with somebody else being in that role, because you got some aptitude for it, you like the job, and so on and so forth, and then you're going to continue doing it. So it's a spontaneous division of labor determined by natural aptitude, rather than one that is codified within the organizational structure. Okay, continue. The organizational structure of the party is a multi-phase pyramid, a cone which converges to a central node which regulates and directs the entire network. The organs of the party and individuals are linked from center to base by inflexible party norms which bind all. These norms are based in theory, organizational rigor and continuity, and precise method of strategic action determined within the range of allowable possibilities. These are strategic action we know works or don't know whether or not works within the limitations of the historical doctrine. The veto possibilities, strategic action we know historically doesn't work. And the party's various organs, mechanisms for making decisions within the limitation of the center's demands for unitary results, perform different tasks according to aptitude and material capacity. If a local organ is incapable of carrying out actions, then it is not required to perform at the same level as a larger and more developed one in a different organ. Basic stuff, right? All activity that any organ undertakes is in service of a common goal, which thereby brings all organs into closer relations as they rely on one another to carry out their necessary action. Over time, a natural division of labor is produced in the context of this rational plan in service to it. Within this division of labor, no one, regardless of position, receives privileges over the rest. The ultimate goal is the scientific mutual connection between individuals, that is to say, an association of free and equal producers. And that is our summary of this first section, which, is quite in line with the introduction. There's repetition within it, but the next part is going to be quite original. So this is the Communist Party and the Tradition of the Left, written in 1974 by the International Communist Party. We will be reading Part 2 today, which includes an introduction. Chapter 1, Historical Party and Formal Party, Joining the Party as organization men, and the party as prefiguration of communist society. Let's get right into it. Introduction. We have described the form and the structure of the organ party. Centralized structure, existence of differentiated organs, and a central organ capable of coordinating, directing, and issuing orders to the entire network. all members of the organization observing absolute discipline with respect to carrying out orders issued by the center, non-autonomy of the sections of the local groups, rejection of communication networks which diverge from the unitary one which connects the center to the perimeter and perimeter to the center. This centralized structure is not a typical feature of the World Communist Party alone, but also of other organizations. The railways must operate in accordance with a similar centralized structure or else grind to a halt. And the same principle applies to the big capitalist factories. The strongly centralized structure which the revolutionary bourgeoisie laid claim to in its fight against feudal autonomy is a feature of both the bourgeois and proletarian states. The Stalinist parties are famous for their rigid centralization and the iron and terroristic discipline imposed on their militants. The Fascist Party has made the same boast of absolute centrality, as does the Catholic Church, etc. Hence, the recognition that a centralized organizational structure exists is not enough to set the class party apart from other parties and organisms. It is not the centralized organization structure alone that characterizes the class party. Centralism is not an a priori category, a sort of metaphysical entity or principle that can be applied to various historical stages, to various classes and class organisms. If this were the case, we can conceive of historical development as a progressive affirmation of the principle of authority, or vice versa, as a constant, imminent struggle of the principle of authority with that of freedom and autonomy. Okay, we're going to get this bit, and we're going to get this bit. And just going to continue for a little bit. Such a view would mean substituting Marxist materialism with the most hackneyed idealism. According to Marxism, there are no fixed and immanent principles regulating the real development of history, neither the authority principle nor the democratic and libertarian principle. From the materialist point of view, it can be ascertained that, over the course of history, all economic, social, or political organisms have always had an organized structure, the features of which depend on the functions they are required to fulfill. Hence it is correct to uphold, as Marxists do, that whereas both the bourgeois state and the proletarian state have a centralized, despotic, and repressive structure, they are nevertheless in total opposition to one another. And this is due not only to the social strata on which they rest and the functions they are required to carry out, but also, as a consequence of these factors, to the way these structures manifest themselves and perform their functions. If, from a structural point of view, the proletarian state were identical to the bourgeois state, just expelling the bourgeoisie from the management of the state machine and installing the proletarian party in its place, with possibly only proletarians allowed to vote, would suffice. But the fact of the matter is that the bourgeoisie realizes centralism with its own means. Forms and features, just as in the future the proletariat will achieve state centralization with forms, methods, instruments that are characteristic of the proletarian class. This is true to the extent that Marxism does not only predict the violent conquest of the bourgeois state machine, but its complete destruction and substitution with another completely different state machine, even if that too will be utilized for the purposes of dictatorship, violence, and terror. We're going to get this bit, but I'm also going to go in and take this entire section, and we're going to add this to our list of quotations for the dictatorship of the proletariat. This is a very good this is a very good section right here. Continuing, for the pay bourgeoisie, whose historical impotence prevents them from seeing beyond appearances, it is impossible to understand that the structure of the party machine set by Mussolini or by Hitler was a very different thing to the equally centralized machine formed by the Bolshevik Party in Russia in Lenin's time, a difference due not just to the social basis and objectives of the principles to which the two organisms responded, and which were completely opposed to one another, but also, as a consequence, due to the methods, instruments, praxis, and organic dynamics of the two organisms. Thus, Mussolini and Lenin are associated in the mind of the democratic pay bourgeois with the terrifying for them specter of dictatorship and terror. For us Marxists, there's a direct relationship between the social class of which a given movement is an expression, its own principles, its objectives, and the means needed to achieve the latter, the distinctive features, the means and the methods it must use to achieve a centralized and unitary action and structure. Consequently, it is correct to say that the bourgeois state realizes its own centralism, inherent in its class nature, on the basis of the farce of the periodically consulted popular will, when in reality by creating an enormous bureaucratic and military machine, kept together not by consensus, but rather by coercion and money. The proletarian state will not realize its centralism with democratic elections, whether by involving the people, quote unquote, as a whole, or just proletarians. Rather, it will achieve this through an ever increasing participation in the actual functioning of the state, and as a consequence, through the progressive disappearance of the bureaucratic apparatus. We will therefore have repression, class violence, and absolute centralization, but no bureaucracy or permanent army. This is the lesson of the Paris Commune, which Marx would reproach for not having been sufficiently terrorist or centralist, but which he also praises for managing to have leadership with absolute power and class terrorism, but no bureaucrats or professional military bodies. The equation centralism equals bureaucratism is therefore false. What is historically true for the bourgeois state is not true for the proletarian state unless you wish to renounce Marxism altogether. All right, adding some more stuff to our quotations for the dictatorship of the proletariat. Continuing, primitive communities realize a very strict centralism with an absolute discipline of the single individual to the social group without the need for coercion or any specific mechanisms. Usually it wasn't a single individual. It could be the patriarch, but that was definitely with coercion once the patriarch arose. With the actual primitive communities, insofar as we are actually aware of how they functioned, it was very much without. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Absolute discipline of the single individual, not to the single individual. Okay, sorry. Ignore that entire section. All right. This is because it was founded exclusively on an identity of interests and the solidarity of all in the struggle against the adverse natural environment and other social groups. The primitive community is an example of a centralized and differentiated organization without coercion. In the future communist society, it will be the same. Indeed, a fundamental Marxist thesis holds that only when an irreconcilable conflict of interests arose among members of a social group was it necessary to have a special coercive structure in order to obtain the same centralization in the primitive community was obtained in a natural, spontaneous, and organic manner. All right, we will add this to our miscellaneous quotations on the dictatorship, the communist mode of production. And perhaps you should add this because we're going to have that later section on the prefiguration of the party. Well, yeah, we'll add this right here. Mainly for this first sentence. Okay, continuing. That the centralized execution of functions and the existence of a bureaucratic and coercive apparatus are definitely not the same thing is a concept only the social democrats, pilloried by Lenin and sane revolution, are incapable of understanding. They, that is, who used to maintain that the need for the state machine was eternal, as otherwise individual interests would cause social breakdown, whereas on the contrary, both the principle and the goal of communism is a stateless society in which there is no coercion of men, in which centralization will be a total and far more complete than in present society, and founded on natural and spontaneous solidarity among men. But in communist society, won't everyone be the same? Won't everyone be more or less a carbon copy of everyone else throughout the entire species? It is an old bourgeois refrain, similar to one about production collectively grinding to a halt if people aren't forced to work. There will be individuals with different characteristics, more or less endowed with different physical and mental capacities. Society will see a diversification of its various functions and the relevant organs to perform them, and will distribute the various individuals naturally and organically according to these functions. What there will be no more of will be the social and technical division of work, and society will ensure that all men will be capable of carrying out all essential functions. This is from Engels' Anti-Juring. The means of production and of life will be the property of society as a whole, and as a consequence, the possibility of more gifted individuals assuming privileges in relation to others will be forever excluded. On the contrary, anyone with, quote, superior capacities will be a benefit and a service to society. All right, we're going to grab this bit right here for our quotation on commencement of production. This is all stuff that we actually already have in here, but it's nice to have it repeated in a summarized and coherent way. Continuing. If then these considerations are to remain in line with the Marxist tradition, it isn't enough to perceive the party as a centralized organization with all of its members responding to as one man to impulses issuing from one central point. It is neither enough to say, as the anarchists were wont to do, that communists are, quote, authoritarian, end quote, too, and that the, quote, freedom of the individual needs to be defended against them. Nor is it enough to stupidly maintain that, vice versa, we are for subjection to the principle of authority, and that consequently any centralism is good for us as long as it is centralism. Any discipline goes as long as it is discipline. All this is something we have denied 1,000 times over in the course of our party's history. This is actually a really important section right here. I appreciate them making that distinction. It's something that's been boiling in my mind for a while. It needed to be said. Because they talk about the need for centralism and discipline, but they don't exactly talk about what the content of that is. Okay. From the Marxist point of view, having once established that the party organ, in order to realize the tasks history requires of it, needs an absolutely centralized structure, it is still necessary to analyze how this structure can exist in a particular organism like the Communist Party. We therefore have to study the physiology of this organism, the dynamics of its development and activity, its diseases and degenerations, and discern what influence the historical events of class struggle have on it. Only then will we be able to give a less superficial description of the essence of centralism and discipline typical to this particular historical organ, the organ that is the Communist Party. But not any old centralism or any old discipline, a trivial description of which could be summed up in one phrase. Quote, there must be a center which rules and a rank and file which obeys. End quote. Although we should add that, since we are anti-democratic, we don't want head counts or leadership elections either, and that total rule by a small committee or even by one man without the need for his power to be sanctioned by the democratically consulted majority members holds no fear for us. All these things we accept, but it doesn't help explain the real dynamics by which the organ party realizes its maximum centralization or vice versa, loses it and degenerates during less favorable phases of the revolutionary class struggle. Nor does it help us understand how the organ party strengthens, grows, and consolidates itself so as to be able to rid itself of the diseases that may affect it. All this needs to be explained if we are to reach an understanding of the essence of centralism and of communist discipline. Okay, we're going to add this. We'll add the whole thing. This doesn't actually explain anything, but it lays a foundation for explaining stuff. So, okay. And we'll come back for this in just a little bit. Yeah, we'll finish these last 3 paragraphs, and then we'll come back and break the things that we've taken out down. Okay, as is the case with all our theses, and the 1965 Naples theses in particular, that's one of the things that we read right here. It's not a matter of providing an organizational recipe. The recipe here being expressed by the very term centralism, but rather of describing the Communist Party's actual life, the ups and downs of its long history, the diseases that over and over again have afflicted it, and the efficacy of the remedies we thought to apply on each occasion in order to effect a cure. We must say the party's history from 1848 to the present, perceive it as moving through real historical events, traversing both the attacking and retreating phases of the revolution as it unfolds on a global scale. Only by doing this can we draw lessons which may, indeed must, be assimilated to good purpose by today's party, making it stronger and better able to resist those material negative events which destroyed three internationals and a proletarian revolutionary movement which seemed set to win a spectacular victory on a planet-wide scale in the post-World War I period. Palming us off with the paltry doctrine that everything boils down to a lack of centralism and claiming the only lesson to be drawn is the need for a structure even more centralized than the Bolshevik Party and the Third International is tantamount to betraying the party and falsifying its entire tradition. How to obtain maximum centralization of the party? What diseases undermine absolute centralization and absolute discipline? Is it by having a caste of leaders who are more rigid and totalitarian than, say, Lenin, Trotsky, and Zinoviev? By having militants in the rank and file who are yet more disciplined, more devoted to the cause of communism, more obedient and heroic than the militants of the always under-centralized German party? Or is it by providing better instruction in historical Marxist doctrine to each German militants, in the infernal sequence according to which a militant who is not properly studied all the texts, who is not, quote, programmed, cannot serve in the organization in a disciplined way? These questions can be answered by analyzing party history and the lessons derived by left from it. Lessons that are codified in text and in theses we cannot modify, update, or simply forget to quote, as they're part of a continuous line that extends from 1912 to 70. For over 50 years, that is, and during the time the problem of the life, development, and degeneration of the party organ that has always been formulated and solved in the same way. Let us therefore start by examining the characteristics of this party organ. That is the only way we will come to understand the best ways of achieving a really centralized and disciplined party, or vice versa, of how to disrupt and destroy it. Okay, we're going to go back and take a look at these things that we extracted. This is a very good introduction. Okay. All right, so the party's form and structure is a centralized structure, differentiated organs, central organ capable of coordinating, directing, issuing orders to all organs via communication networks, which connect center to perimeter, perimeter to center. This is a back and forth relation, not one way. Individual members who have absolute discipline to the central organ, non-autonomy for sections and local groups, and rejection of communication networks that do not align with the center. However, the party's centralization structure is special to the Communist Party and characterized as opposed to other centralized organizations. So, as I have said from literally the very beginning, right, we can say things about the party that make it distinct from other things. We can say things about this, and therefore we can say that the organizational structure takes on particular characteristics. Since we can say that, we can make claims about it, which means that this entire thing about organic development, yes, it's true. You could throw it into the crucible and the heat and let things come out through just failure, evolutionary natural selection, right? But the entire point of studying theory and history, the development of an invariant program, or whatever you want to call it, the entire point of studying history is to learn from that history and not have to go through such shit, right? To be able to, through analysis, say, this thing works and this thing doesn't work. So I think that based on this knowledge, we can also say this other thing over here doesn't work. So we can't organize on these things, but we should organize on those things over there. In fact, that's what this entire thing is about. Like the claims about the United Front, right? Oh, hey, because it's burned us once, we can't do it again. Right? So, in other words, we can say concrete, constant things about the organizational structure, about the principles, about the tactics, about the existence of the party itself. We can say concrete things, and therefore we don't have to rely on throwing ourselves into crucible, which is what I was advocating for before, right? The stuff that they put out here is rather consistently inconsistent, and it's a little annoying to say the least. And I do hope that eventually, once we get through this and when we go back to Lenin, it will be different. Um, the Lenin isn't always very consistent himself, at least in terms of word usage. Anyway, all right. So the party should have centralism based not on coercion or special disciplinary mechanisms, but it should instead be based on identity of interests, solidarity, aim of differentiation from external groups and conditions. But again, this is essentially the fraternity among communists. Okay. And then irreconcilable conflicts of interest create the need for coercive structures to maintain centralization. This is the state. Centralization without such special coercive structures is done naturally, spontaneously, and organically. So, how centralization occurs is the important part. Not all centralization is positive or fit for the organ of the proletariat. We need to understand the party as an organism with particular physiology that makes it distinct from other organisms. Though I would say, hey, look, animal kingdom is an animal kingdom. The party doesn't need to be super special and completely different than everything else. There's plenty of kinds of worker organizations that in invariably, the party takes inspiration from, or just naturally develops because it's part of the quote unquote kingdom of the proletariat, right? As opposed to the animal or fungi kingdom and so on and so forth, right? Uh, Dynamics of development and activity, diseases, the environment it functions in, that would be a class struggle. The party has its own necessary organs and structures that are particular to it and its development as a living organ. Since we can say particular things about all the above, we can say particular things about the party itself and its organizational structure and all the different things that are necessary to have this sort of centralization, which supports the good aspects of the organism while rejecting potential diseases it can contract from the external. Okay, so Chapter 1 of Part 2, Historical Party and Formal Party. As recalled in our 1965 theses, it was Marx who made the first use of the distinction between the party understood in the historical sense and the contingent or formal party, that is, the various organized formations of revolutionary combatants in which, over the course of history, the doctrine, the program, and the principles of the Communist Party have been incarnated. It is, in other words, the entrenchment, the barricade established by history over 100 years ago, on which successive generations of revolutionary proletarians with varying degrees of success have taken their stand. It wasn't today that the proletariat arose as a revolutionary class. It wasn't today that it expressed its class party for the first time, expressed a political organ without which it is incapable of unitary action in pursuit of a common goal, without which it isn't a class. The party was expressed by the proletariat at the dawn of capitalist society, in the far-off 1848. Capitalist society far predates 1848. When it was able, on the one hand, to launch the first armed insurrections, and on the other, to embrace a theory brought to maturity by the development of the productive forces and human theoretical thinking. A theory which, by its very nature, was only usable by a revolutionary class which could see in the complete destruction of the capitalist regime its own road to emancipation. From then on, the meeting of Marxist theory with the burning reality of the social struggle has brought into being the Communist Party as a phalanx of revolutionary militants, which, collectively endowed with the powerful weapon of the Marxist interpretation of history, is capable, as a consequence, of deriving useful experiences and lessons not only from proletarian victories, but also from its defeats. Quote, without revolutionary theory, there can be no revolutionary movement. End quote. That is Lenin's thesis. And the party exists insofar as a large or small nucleus of revolutionaries, impelled to fight against the present society by obscure social determinations, grasps the weapon of theory and uses it as a guide to action. When we say that class consciousness exists in the party and only in the party, we refer to the consciousness which consists of historical lessons, derived from proletarian struggles on a worldwide scale stretching back to the earliest times, interpreted with the key of the unique and invariant theory which present and future revolutionary formations have a duty to grasp and to respect it in its entirety, using the lengthy global experience which Marxism alone is able to interpret correctly, and which remains darkly obscure to all non-Marxist ideologies and doctrines, to illuminate action. There have been times, due to various pressures and influences, when this historical inheritance, compromising theory, principles, and final goals, but also historical experience, derived from the relentless march of the revolution, has been abandoned. Every time this has happened, the formal party, that is, the fighting organization of a given epoch and given proletarian generation, has inevitably abandoned the correct path and found itself eventually on the side of the class enemy. For us, then, the party exists and grows and marches towards victory only insofar as capable of remaining faithful to its base in the historical party. If this base is even so much as scratched, and you have all the betrayals and desertions of which the history of the formal party is so full. This is okay. I'm not one to say, works in theory but doesn't work in reality. But I keep this keeps running back in my mind when they try and make this distinction. They have their pure ideologically perfect conception of the perfect party that is outside of reality, that only forms in reality under the right conditions. And then as soon as it's formed, this thing is necessarily going to trend towards conservatism and fail to achieve the things that it wants to do. This isn't really how people interested in organizing think. I'm just gonna say that, right? No, let's talk about capitalists for a second, right? Because capitalists do organization. That's one of the things that they do. They organize the means of production and whatnot. Though technically, that's a lot of financial capital now, and it's kind of automatic. But historically, capitalists would go and organize means of production, and then they would use their control in order to direct labor to produce things. No capitalist is going to be like, there is an ideal historical form of a factory which is perfect and exists outside of reality, and we're just going to do our best to meet that ideal factory out of our heads in the material world. This is where utopianism comes into play. This is utopianism. You start from the heavens and then you go down to earth, rather than starting on the earth and rising up to the heaven. This is the distinction Marx makes in the German ideology. There is no such thing as this historical party in their minds that they're talking about. It is a ghost, a phantasm. That's all it is. Now, I understand what they're saying. They're saying you need to have a vision of the kind of organization that you want. Everybody's got that. And you need to consistently and try and put it into place. However, that doesn't mean that you get to stick your head in the sand, right? Nor does it mean that any straying, quote unquote, from this historic party means that you're just going to fail. Factories, fail to do what it is that would be this perfect factory in their head all the fucking time. And the way that they deal with that is having, like any organization does, systems. Oh, this thing failed? Okay, this other thing is picking it up. Oh, that thing failed, this other thing is picking it up. Is it perfectly efficient? No. But it's that firefighter. It's that shit happens, and we have a store of cash, we have a store of resources, of manpower to deal with it. I mean, this is a thing that Marx brings up in everywhere. Critique of the Gotha Program, Capital Volume 2. One of the things that needs to be accounted for is the risk of accidents. Accidents happen. They do happen. Okay. Anyway, just start from earth and then ascend to heaven. Don't start from heaven and then ascend to and then descend to earth. It's not gonna work. Understand what you have and put it into play. Do the best that you can, sure, but recognize that your best is determined by your material conditions. Maybe they are calling for that, but it certainly does not sound like it whenever they talk about the historical party. Because it sure sounds like whenever they're talking about moving outside the realms of pure theory, that whatever comes out of it is fundamentally just going to be a degenerated existence. This is spiritualistic nonsense. What you have is what you have. What you have is what can exist. Continuing. Now the fact that the revolutionary organization remained faithful to the cardinal principles of the historical party from which it emanates isn't guaranteed by factors of the cultural or didactic variety, according to which, once you'd learned a couple of theses to heart, you'd have satisfied all the historical party's requirements or some such rubbish. The party's historical heritage, even on a day-to-day basis and with regard to strictly limited actions, has to shape and permeate the entire activity of the formal party. And this continued transfusion of historical experience into current activity of the party is first of all something done collectively by the organization, not on an individual basis by particularly enlightened or brainy people. What must become an absolutely essential part of our heritage is the notion of the existence of this strict connection between the militant organization's action, between what they say and do today, and its theories, principles, and past historical experience. And that is the latter, theory, principles, etc., and not individual or even collective opinions, which will always be the final arbiter as regards all party questions. Who gives the orders in the party? We have always maintained that the historical party, to which we owe unswerving obedience and loyalty, effectively gives the orders. And through what microphone does the historical party transmit its orders? It could be one man or a million men. It could be the leadership of the organization or even the rank and file, recalling the leadership to observance of that data without which the very organization ceases to exist. We are going to pick this up, even if I think that they need to be going in and actually looking at their material conditions rather than, having their head in the clouds. I do, again, you should have a vision in your head. You should understand what's necessary, your history, and all these things that they have talked about. But this historical party doesn't exist. It cannot exist because the instant that is put into practice, it ceases being the historical party. And that has to be recognized. This thing that they're talking about is a phantasm. A beautiful one, sure, at least in their conception of the party, but it's a phantasm nonetheless. And where reality does not match up with that phantasm, they need to be prepared to accept it. It is that simple. Do the best you can, but be prepared to accept it and recognize where you are and where you need to go. All right. All right. So the historical party is a phantasmal idea made up of theory, principles, final goals found through historical experience. The formal party, which is what actually exists at any given time, should be using the historical party as its model or inspiration. Everyone in the party needs to be familiar with the historical party, and through their day-to-day activity and through analysis of the party, everyone needs to be able to demand that the party better reach up to the ideal. The historical party should be the directing influence over the formal party, using the members as its mouthpiece, as if the historical party is some sort of being that is capable of taking human action and directing it. There's a word for this. Anyway. In the party, we quote the text from 1967, no one commands and everyone is commanded. No one commands because it is not in one individual's head that the solution of the problem is sought, and everyone is commanded because even the best of centuries mustn't give orders that depart from the continuous line of the historical party. Dictatorship of the principles, traditions, and aims of communism over everybody, from rank and file to center. Legitimate expectation of the center to be obeyed without opposition, as long as its orders respond to this line. A line which must be evident in everything the party does. Expectation of the rank and file not to be consulted about every order is given, but to carry them out only if they follow the impersonal line of the historical party which everyone accepts. Oh, I'm sorry, I'd misread that for a second there. I was like, that doesn't work. Make sense. In the party, there are therefore leaders and hierarchies. It is a case of technical instruments that the party cannot do without, because every action it takes must be unitary and centralized, must aspire to maximum efficiency and discipline. But the course of action is not decided by party organs on the basis of flashes of genius issuing from particular brains. They in their turn have to submit to decisions taken above all by history, decisions which have become the collective and personal inheritance of the organ party. Okay. We'll grab that. Okay, so the party is under the dictatorship of principles, traditions, and aims of communism. The center and rank and file are both under these. The rank and file obey the center as long as their orders match those. There are leaders and hierarchies in order to take centralized, efficient, and disciplined action, but these leaders base their decisions on history, non-quote-unquote flashes of genius. Okay. I'm just going to say real quick here, I agree that leaders should base their decisions on history and theoretical development and stuff like that. However, what is this right here? Right? What is this right here? They're basing it on history, but really, what comes to mind when they're deciding what quotations to take and so on and so forth is their general minds, their individual instincts and stuff. This thing was presented as, oh, hey, all these guys just sat down together and banged this out in the afternoon, right? That's what the introduction was essentially saying. It didn't have any fixes or anything like that. No, oh, what's the word? It was a rough draft, a first draft, or something along those lines. Nobody argued with it. It was just put out there. This is an instinct. This is a flash of inspiration that they're talking about, derived from historical knowledge. Humans don't just look at history and repeat it, right? We're an active part of it, right? This is a key factor. What is it that Marx says? Yeah, men make their own history, but they do not make them as they please. They do not make it under circumstances chosen by themselves, but under circumstances directly encountered, given, and transmitted from the past. all this stuff is the case here, right? They're talking about the traditions, they're talking about the history and so on and so forth, and making decisions based in historical knowledge. Well, all decisions that are made, no matter what they are, no matter how reactionary, no matter how ridiculous, are based in history. We're still making our own history. We're an active part of it. We're not outside of it. We're not able to sit separate from it, and people aren't able to. And people, when they make decisions, are making them based on their conception of history. And yes, this is why it's so important for leaders of any kind to be educated, to have read and understood the history and what's necessary and so on and so forth, so that they can make proper decisions. This is incontestable, right? I just I don't know what is it they're asking here. Are they saying that leaders should have to find a quote from history in order to justify themselves? Are they saying that leaders can't make new tactics like they kept saying before? Are they saying that I don't know what they're saying? It's all very vague. Who knows? But maybe these quotations will tell us what they have to say about that and their justifications for why they say that people can't come to new conceptions. All right, so this is for Marxism and Authority, 1956, part 29. Regarding the question of the general authority on which revolutionary communism necessarily depends, we go back to finding the criteria in economic, social, and historical analysis. It isn't possible to get the dead and alive and the yet to be born to cast votes. And yet, in the original dialectic of the Oregon Class Party, such an operation becomes a genuine and fruitful possibility. Okay, so essentially they're saying that history should be able to should be an active part of the party and be able to make decisions despite conditions having changed. I'm just thinking about the conservatives that would go fucking ape shit because they're like, your dead grandmother's voting 6 times. uh, cheating the votes. Your dead grandmother voted 6 times. Even if a long, hard road with tremendous struggles and challenges along the way. Yeah, in other words, past history should have a vote in current times. Indeed, the slave owners of the past should be able to have a directing influence on the politics of now for the sake of historical analysis. This isn't a fair critique, but it really is the case, right? They're essentially saying, hey, look, these people from the past with their ideas and whatnot should have a say in it. And, to a certain degree, that's true. What are we doing right now? I'm reading a text from 1974, right? This is 50 years on the dot. This is 50 years from the past on the dot. And yes, it's influencing the way that I'm engaging with things. However, when we're talking about the actual directions of the organization, the past is fundamentally simply a way of knowledge. An analysis of history is a way of coming to knowledge currently and of the future. But the knowledge that we are transmitting is in the now, at any given time. The things I consider that are important from the past are applicable to my conditions are things that are in the now. I do not take the things I'm reading from here when I'm going in and I'm breaking this down, right? I'm breaking it down to my conceptions. I'm breaking it down according to my historical understandings, in my historical language, in my everything. This is my conception of it. And that conception is born in a social arena, right? My knowledge is developed socially, not individually. Even when I'm reading on my own here and coming to my own conclusions, at all points I've been affected by the society around me. This is incontestable. However, that does not mean that essentially the past has a greater role than the present in the present, right? At all points, the past is interpreted and understood and presented through the conceptions of the now. Let me just go right back here, right? The tradition of all dead generations weighs like a nightmare on the brain of the living. Right? It's time-honored disguise and borrowed knowledge. Assimilate the spirit of the new language and freely express himself only when he sounds his way without recalling the old and forgets his native tongue in the use of the new. You know, this is everything they're saying here is this described in a nutshell. But it's saying that it's a good thing. And, you know, to some degree, it's true. But on another level, it's not, right? On some degree, it's true that it's a good thing because we are learning from the past. But what is it that we're learning? Are we learning to go through the motions? This thing is saying that it's not, right? It's saying, oh, we're this organic party that we have invariant programming, invariant tactics, and variant and so on and so forth, and tradition and so on and so forth. But we can't have, you know, anybody saying anything about organizational structures. No, 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 no. That's anybody actually saying anything about that, they're I will quote what I've been called when I was saying that to the people who presented this to me, a retarded, right? They they say you know uh it a the ability of the party to make determinations through reversal of praxis. That is to say, make determinations just through thinking about it, compared to others that have to go through the history. It can make all these determinations about tactics beforehand. I would call that strategy, by the way. But anyway, but no, not the actual structure of the party, even though we're also talking about how the party itself has to have all these different structures, physiology, dynamics, activity, the environment it's in, necessary organs that allow it to function, centralized, differentiate organs, coordinating, directing, issuing organs. You know, all this stuff, you know, is we can say very direct things about it. I'm getting off topic. Um, gosh. Anyway, so basically, you need to be thinking about where you're at any given time, and not just say, oh, hey, because we're basing ourselves in history, that gives us special capacity, because everybody's basing themselves in history. The only question is whether or not you're you're right. uh, you know, and yes, only the Marxist conception, which is the historical materialist conception, can actually understand the history. In other words, you kind of need to be doing things properly from a dialectical standpoint and not from anything else. Anyway, Considerations on the organic activity of the party when the general situation is historically unfavorable. 1965, we read this. So 12, when we infer from the invariant doctrine that the revolutionary victory of the working class can be achieved only by the class party and its dictatorship, then go on to affirm, supported by Marx's writings, that the pre-revolutionary Communist Party proletariat may be a class so far as bourgeois science is concerned, but isn't by Marx ourselves. Marx absolutely talks about the proletariat as a class before the party exists. Over and over again. The party did not exist when Marx was first writing about this, but he still described the proletariat as a proletariat. It's so stupid. Then the conclusion to be deduced is that for the victory to be achieved, it will be necessary to have a party worthy of being described both as a historical and as a formal party. For example, as a party which is resolved with an active historical reality to apparent contradiction, causes so many problems in the past between the historical party and therefore as regards the content, historical invariant program, and the contingent party concerning its form, which acts as a force and physical praxis of the decisive part of the proletarian struggle. 13. If the section arisen in Italy from the ruins of the old party of the Second International is particularly prone, not by virtue of particular persons certainly, but for historical reasons, to feeling the necessity of welding the historical movement to its present form. This was due to the hard struggles it had waged against degenerated forms and its consequent refusal to tolerate infiltrations, which were attempted not only by forces dominated by nationalist, parliamentary, and democratic type positions, but also by those in Italy maximalism, influenced by anarcho-syndicalists, pay bourgeois revolutionism. This left-wing current fought in particular to establish more rigid membership conditions, construction of the new formal structure, and applied them fully in Italy, and when they gave imperfect results in France during etc., is the first to sense danger to the international as a whole. The historical situation in which the proletarian state had only been formed in one country, whilst the conquest of power had not been achieved in any others, rendered the clear organic solution, that of leaving the helm of the world organization in the hands of the Russian section, highly problematic. The left was the first to notice that whenever there were deviations in the conduct of the Russian state, both in relation to domestic economy and international relations, a discrepancy would arise between policies of the historical party, for example, all the revolutionary economies throughout the world, those of the formal party, which was defending the interests of the contingent Russian state. Since then, the abyss has deepened to the extent that the, quote, apparent sections, which are dependent on the Russian leader party, are now involved in the ephemeral sense in a vulgar policy of collaboration with the bourgeoisie that is no better than the traditional collaboration of the corrupted parties of the Second International. This has produced a situation in which the groups derived from the struggle of the Italian left against Moscow's degeneration have given the chance, we don't say the right, to better understand the road which the real active and therefore formal party must follow in order to remain faithful to the features which distinguish the revolutionary historical party, a party which has existed, at least in a potential sense, since 1847, whilst from a practical point of view it was established itself in key historical events as a participant in the tragic series of world revolutionary defeats. Okay. Theses on historical duty, action, and structure of the World Communist Party. Theses of Naples, 1965. We read through this. 11. Undoubtedly, in the course of party evolution, the path followed by the formal parties, which is characterized by continuous U-turns, ups and downs, and ruinous precipices, may clash with the ascending path of the historical party. Left Marxists direct their efforts towards realigning the broken curve of the contingent parties with the continuous and harmonious curve of the historical party. The Communist left has always considered that the way of its long battle against the depressing contingent alternation of the proletariat's formal parties has been conducted is by affirming positions that are linked together continuously and harmoniously in the luminous wake of the blah blah blah. Okay. Anyway, we're just gonna move on to chapter 2, joining the party. I don't think that anything that they actually said here justified it justified their previous positions. It simply, restated it. which I suppose is a justification for people who are making the claim that essentially your conception is correct so long as it was stated in the past, which actually explains a lot. All right. Chapter 2, Joining the Party. Just as we deny that the party is a collection of brainy people or of apostles or heroes, so the correct Marxist view denies that joining the party occurs through an act of rational comprehension on the part of individuals who, having once understood the party's positions, choose to work in their defense. Our thesis is not only that not only are rational comprehension and action inseparable from one another, but as far as the individual is concerned, action always comes before understanding and consciousness. Y'all made the decision to not take action. You don't get to say this while saying that your inaction and lack of activity, will allow your party to grow. I'm still at a loss because in that piece about what to do and things are historically unfavorable, and you talk about your meetings where no deliberations, no debate, no disagreement, no actual publication or directives and whatnot are produced. It's like you are literally just describing an academic setting. You're a bunch of people sitting down and talking about things without coming to any conclusions in an academic setting. And then they went and said that this would increase their numbers. Let me see if I can find that. Okay, here it is. They say, Indeed ruled out any historical victories in the near future was based on frequent meetings of envoys sent from the organized party sections. Here no debates or polemics between conflicting theses took place, or anything arising out of nostalgia for the malady of anti-fascism, and nothing needed to be voted on or deliberated over. There was simply the organic continuation of a serious historical work of handing on the fertile lessons of the past to present and future generations. All right, and then it says later down, it is only by developing our work along the lines indicated above that we expected to see that the quantitative growth in our ranks and spontaneous adhesions to the party, which will one day make it a greater social force. They are describing an academic setting. They're describing a bunch of people sitting down, and they've got old texts that they're reading as a reading group, and they're reading stuff, and everybody's nodding along and not making any decisions, not saying we should do such and such out of this. Nobody's engaging in any debate. Nobody's engaging in any polemics about, hey, based on this information, we should do such and such. you know, and they're saying that this will cause an increase in the numbers of people. It's completely delusional, and if we're accepting this, and I do agree with this, right? The party needs to be out there. It needs to be doing shit. It needs to be before everybody else. It needs to be propagandizing. It needs to be proselytizing. It needs to be saying we're all going to fucking die from climate change if we don't get together right the fuck now. And then it puts it in front of people and says, we've been doing good work, you should join us, right? This is how an organization grows. This is incontestable. This is historically how an organization has always grown. But something has gone crosswired in these people's minds. And maybe, it's possible. They have historically mispresented themselves. They talk about the need to do things like organize within unions and stuff like that, and direct proletarian action. Have we seen that ever? No, seriously, have we seen that ever? You hear about the Maoists, you hear about the Trots. The Trots are pretty active. You hear about Marxist-Leninists every so often. You hear anarchists fairly often. They just don't do good work is their major thing, but they're out there enough that they get that they actually get people joining on board with their conceptions, right? So they're saying that, you know, hey, the party will arise under historical conditions, and we don't want to take any action that could harm us. Well, where's the action that doesn't harm you? Because there will always be a drawback at all times. There is no 100%. There's no such thing. That is an idea that exists in the head, distinct from reality at any given time. There is no circumstance wherein you can engage in a tactic and it goes perfectly without a hitch, exactly as planned. That sort of stuff is fantasy, because the other people who are not within the organization are going to respond to that tactic. It doesn't matter if it's a positive or a negative response. It doesn't matter. There's all sorts of ways that can be responded to. But the moment is taken into reality, it ceases to fit that ideal. And you just gotta accept that and do the best that you can. All right. So continue. Yeah, the perfect is the enemy of the good. And you know that goes for organizational structure as well. When I'm talking about the need for a universalized or organizational structure, I'm not saying utilize the Bolshevik form for everywhere at all times the exact same way. I'm saying have universal dynamic generalities or principles of organizing, you might put it that way, and put them into application as best as you can under given circumstances, right? Anybody who's going in saying adopt this particular organizational form all the time is obviously talking out their ass. And I highly question whether or not that's what the Third International is going for. They certainly seem to have interpreted it as such. But I would find it very surprising if somebody just made that mistake out of nowhere. Anyway, and you know, these guys, they have a tendency to really overstate things. Oh, we detected the slightest hint of individualism. You're a bunch of petit bourgeois. I don't think that's how that works. In fact, your entire conception of the prefiguration of communist society comes with the necessary understanding that the organization exists within a larger bourgeois society and therefore is at best the negative transcendent of a capitalist society, and therefore, you know, all these bourgeois conceptions necessarily come into the party and you're just doing your best to dash them away. You know, under that conception, all parties who have any member that's individualistic on any level is a bourgeois party. But you know, you they throw around words like nobody's business. Continuing. And so it is for individuals who join the party too. For us, there exists, first of all, the development of the productive forces, which determine the division of society into classes and forces people to take positions in relation to this conflict, which they are conscious of to varying degrees and never completely. If Marxism maintains that societies are not identifiable by the consciousness they have of themselves, but rather it is necessary to analyze the economic anatomy of the societies in order to understand their idealized expressions, then this is also the case for historical classes that have carried out a revolutionary role, since the consciousness of their historical role has inevitably been mystified and distorted. Only the modern proletariat has been able to forge for itself a scientific consciousness of historical progress, of how it operates and where it's headed. But this consciousness isn't possessed by all workers, whether considered individually or collectively, or propelled unconsciously into battle by material causes. And nor does it exist within particular individuals who are members of the class party, since they, in like manner, are predisposed to line up to the front of communism by material and social factors, just as the same factors can also cause individuals to abandon the fight. Hence the negation of class itself, which they have trended straight into. From from the proletariat is social relations within a given society with aspects of a social character and a conscious character, to only members of the class party who are engaging in active struggle, to nobody is actually a member of the proletariat, so that they can say that the dictatorship of the proletariat is actually the dictatorship of the party. Um, you know, that's really how this historically has been going here. They'd already said that before, but and I'd already called that out before, but I mean, this is not in any way, shape, or form anything that Marx had to say about any of this. Right. So action precedes understanding and consciousness. People join with the party when forces around them lead them to take action, which in turn produces consciousness. All right. Continuing. If Marxism, oh, I'm sorry. The historical struggle is one which sees two social classes arrayed, each with interests which no one can reconcile or eliminate, because the struggle is rooted in the productive mechanism of the present society, which in turn causes individuals to line up on one or the other front independently of their own particular awareness of how the troops are arrayed or the overall battle plan. It is material, social, and historical forces that propel individuals to join the party, even if they have never read a word of Marx or Lenin, and to accept what we have always referred to as the unequivocal unity of theory and action that constitutes the party. Consciousness doesn't reside within the individual person either before or after they join the party, or even after a very long time as a militant, but in the collective organ which is composed of old and young, educated and uneducated, which performs a complex and continuous action in line with a doctrine and tradition which is invariant. It is the organ party that possesses class consciousness, because this possession is denied to the individual, and his consciousness can only exist in an organization which is able to align its every act, its behavior, its internal and external dynamics to pre-existing lines of doctrine, program, tactics, and which is able to grow and develop on that foundation, which is accepted en bloc even without having been preventatively understood. Having a mystical side to join the party is a notion that only scares the Enlightenment influenced pay bourgeois, convinced as he is that everything can be learned from books. Okay, so they're kind of saying that the question of whether or not somebody is class consciousness limiting who can join the party, I think. Um, so there was something I wanted to say, and I'm trying to remember what it was, but essentially, this kind of, again, because also one of the things that they had talked about, how the party is not, you know, something that's able to enact itself on history, or maybe it was the other way around. Really, the question is whether or not they conceptualize the party as capable of doing this, for acting as a force around people, which lead them to take action. If it isn't, then essentially this is a call for organizations to just sit tight and do nothing because they have no agency over whether people join the party or not. They have no agency, no basis, and they just have to sit there with the correct line until forces that are outside of their control and outside their influence create the conditions for, people to just magically discover the party and this particular party and nothing else as the correct stance. And maybe something like this might have worked before the development of various things like fascism and the intellectual counter-revolution that the development of the Soviet Union engendered. Maybe something like this might have worked where you had, but not even then, because you had the various social democrat parties that took on the incorrect line. If it's a case that, the workers suddenly find a desire, the consciousness to go and find a party that has at least stated that it will be fighting for their interests. Sure, okay. But where's the guarantee that they're going to get the right party? The guarantee is it's a party that's taking action. It's the one that is directing. It's the one that is in the minds of people. In order to do that, it needs to be doing this, acting as a force around them. So where are they? Saying that it would be revisionist or opportunist to engage. That's where they are. They kind of put themselves between a rock and a hard place where they can't take action because it would corrupt the invariant party. But also, if the people don't take action, it's because, the time wasn't right. But if the people do take action, they'll join the organizations that are actually active and actually doing things. And it's all those organizations' fault because they aren't properly following the historical party. This is a choice that they've made, and maybe these guys are going out and about and they're taking action and wherever there's union activity, you'll see some people with the N+1 publications and the Quinterna or whatever going about and on the ground and agitating and stuff like that. I'm going to go on a limb and say that they would just call that activism. What a waste of time. What a waste of time. All right, we're going to add this little bit here because there's actually a fairly okay quotation here. So the party itself possesses class consciousness, not as if it's an intelligent organism with its own will of action, but instead through the day-to-day behavior, internal and external dynamics, and doctrine, program, and tactics put into action. Because not all doctrine, program, and tactics are put into action all the time, every day, in the same way. And the through the acts of its membership. So basically, the party, again, we need to not fetishize the party and say it has agency in a mystical way. like a commodity as presented by Marx, able to make decisions, when in reality it's the humans within the organization, within the who are buying and selling the commodity, who are consuming it, and so on, and creating it, that have the agency here. All right. Uh, Essentially, the party itself does not actually have class consciousness. The it's not something that is a living, thinking being. However, in its day-to-day activities carried out by the thinking beings within the party, it can have essentially a collective unconscious in a very, very mystical, loose sense, um, through its behavior, internal and external dynamics, the doctrine, program, tactics that are put into action, right? And then this says that requiring people, I think that what it's saying is that requiring people to have class consciousness in order to join the party is incorrect. So I suppose they'll essentially say when the time is right, we'll accept everybody. I'm not sure. Everybody who accepts the program. But accepting the program, you know, without question, which is what they're going for, it's either a mark of sycophancy, lack of understanding, or full understanding. It's one of the two, you know. Or it's because, you know, they don't have anywhere else to go. But in today's day and age, people have everywhere else to go. So, you know. All right. In 1912, we opposed the culturalists who wanted to transform the Young Socialist Federation into a party school, according to ill-fated formula, learning first, then action. We pointed out that it is enthusiasm, instinct, and faith that cause young people to join our battlefront, not cultural reasons. Enthusiasm and faith are developed by learning for the most part. Again, you're not beating the and lets you go out of your way. I've done a favor here, and I've stated that the party isn't to be fetishized. It's not got a mystical form. Continually, this thing has kind of trended towards that conception, with the party having thoughts of its own and its own life, and so on and so forth, rather than the individuals within it making it up, right? But now you're talking about, you know, oh, people joined the Battlefront because of enthusiasm, instinct, and faith. This is all sorts of stuff that you would see a church saying. So, you know, let's trend away from that, shall we? Okay. And learning first in action is not cultural reasons. What we're doing here right now is learning. We're studying history. We're studying the words being written about this stuff first before we're taking action. I've not joined any organization. I'm trying to educate myself in order to determine what a good organization is, what should be joined, how you should act within it, etc., right? I'm learning first and then action afterwards. And I'm pretty sure that's the case for a lot of people who are questioning, who don't know what they want to do or what's necessary. Or maybe they know what's necessary but don't know what steps to it. This entire section is about joining the party. One would think that maybe, so this is an internal party document. They're not going to go out and say, hey, if you want to join the party, then do this, this, and this. Right. um, uh, Everybody's who's supposed to be reading this is already in the party. But that's kind of my point here, right? um, anyway, And that such as pure materialism is clear even to the bourgeois who knows that his mighty educational system is incapable of getting anything taught unless the students are interested, as unless there are material incentives to get them to learn. That is completely incorrect. And trust me, I know. It's easier, but you can make somebody learn something whether they like it or not. I know that very personally, in fact. I hated math. I still hate math, but I did learn it. Fuck, I had to take freaking German. Oh my gosh. I tried to learn that because I needed it for credits for college. It had nothing to do with the amount of reward I would get for it or the amount of punishment. It was simply that it needed to be done, right? Um, it and you can call that a material incentive, but really, I was not interested on the personal level. I was not even interested on an impersonal level. I bitched and moaned and complained the entire time that I was forced to learn German. Now, unfortunately, I cannot learn foreign languages at all. I, in fact, also tried to learn Japanese while I was living in Japan for 6 years um, as a child, and I could not get down anything above Japanese level 2. And it's part of was possibly a disability for me, um, emergent from speech issues historically. Um, no, not dyslexia. I have a submucous cleft palate and had a speech disorder that made it very difficult for me to actually learn how to speak, um, because I couldn't actually make consonants very well, and as such, I had slow development on those terms, and that sort of stuff does in fact influence the way your brain works and so on and so forth. Um, but anyway, so within the party, ideas are understood and clarified by participating in the complex collective work which is carried out on three levels: defensive and, quote, sculpting of theory, active participation in mass struggles, and organization. Comprehension and understanding cannot be attained without participating in the actual work of the party. Inside the party, we engage in a continuous work of theoretical preparation, of close examination of the party's programmatic and tactical features, and of examination, in the light of the doctrine, of events taking place in the social arena, and contemporaneously and seamlessly we carry out the practical organizational work of penetrating the proletarian battling alongside it. What do you mean penetrating the proletariat? You're supposed to already be a part of it. The militant learns from actively participating in this complex work and by becoming totally immersed in it. Actually, why are you saying proletariat? Since you deny proletarian status to anybody except for the party itself. There's no other way to learn, and our theses have always asserted how deadly it is to place theoretical and practical activity into separate compartments, not only for the party but also for each individual militant. All right. So what they're saying is essentially that it's a dialectical relation between action and theory, and therefore you need to be doing both at the same time. Uh, I don't disagree, but I somehow doubt that this party school is just going to be sitting and reading. Somehow, I think that it's also going to involve going out and taking action. Just putting that thought out there. Maybe it didn't, but I'm going to go on a limb and say it did. All right. So to learn, one should be engaging theory and action at the same time in concert with the collective work of the party. This collective work includes defense and sculpting of theory. I assume that this essentially means going out and debating people on theory and then trying to figure out how to fit it in with conditions. Active participation in mass struggles and organization. I assume this means, for example, going and joining those congresses, for example, where they totally don't question what's going on in the center, but actually do. In the party, there's continuous work of theoretical preparation through examination of program and tactics. The party analyzes external conditions using doctrine to interpret them and determine what actions to take. Finally, the party carries out practical organizational work to place itself alongside the proletariat in these conditions for direct proletarian action. The individual militant learns under these conditions. Okay. Having described the way in which the party organ transmits its revolutionary theory and revolutionary traditions from one generation to the next and allows itself to be permeated by said theory and tradition, we can see that it is plainly incompatible with the type of educational scheme according to which young people drawn to the party should first of all be indoctrinated as quickly as possible by expert teachers of Marxism invited to attend short courses, and only after that move on to become party militants and participate in real battles. I think that most of the reason that this stuff occurs is because what's necessary is discipline. You're kind of talking about how everybody needs to be doing this continuous work of theoretical preparation, close examination of parties' program and tactical features, right? Everybody's supposed to be aware of what's tactically available and so on and so forth, right? That's what's being done here, right? Indoctrinating the new party members with knowledge about the party, its history, and its goals and methods, and giving people ways of addressing these things. Okay, so we envisage instead a collectivity that studies whilst it fights and fights whilst it studies, which learns in the study and on the battlefield. We envisage as an active collectivity, an organ whose survival depends on partaking in a complex and varied activity whose various aspects are inseparable from one another, and the young people attracted to and becoming committed to this complex work become immersed in it and organically find their role within it, precisely by getting involved and taking part in it. Nobody needs a degree either before or after they join, and neither need they sit any exams. Everyone is tested instead by the work they do, which elects individuals in an organic way for particular tasks. Uh, Again, so this is essentially saying that we'll test you in reality, rather than determining if you're disciplined beforehand, before putting you on the ground. And sometimes there's some wisdom to that. However, at the same time, there's also a reason why we have things like boot camp. A lot of it's to break down the person so that they will just follow orders without asking questions. Uh, so that they can just instantly respond with no hesitation or anything along those lines. There's all sorts of reasons why you might want to undergo a period of strict examination, strict, direct, and continuous observation, and so on and so forth. That doesn't have anything to do with anything but just, you know, intense analysis, right? Okay. Okay. So the party does not make a determination about whether someone is disciplined and knowledgeable before putting them to work. Rather, it puts them to work and determines that they are disciplined and knowledgeable by the work they do. Okay. To join the party requires more than a Marxist education and a personal knowledge of our doctrine. It requires those gifts that Lynn described as courage, abnegation, act of renouncing or rejecting something. I suppose rejection of self-denial here, unselfishness. Okay. heroism, and willingness to fight. It's through verifying these qualities that we come to discriminate between the sympathizer or prospect and the militant, the active soldier of the Revolutionary Army. We certainly don't define the sympathizer by the fact that he doesn't yet, quote unquote, know, whilst the militant does. Were this not so, the entire Marxist scheme would collapse, because during times of revolutionary tumult, the Communist Party is an organization which has to organize millions of people who don't have time to attend courses on Marxism, whether short or not, and nor do they need to. They will join us not because they know, but because they feel, quote, an instinctive and spontaneous way without attending even the briefest of brief courses of study which mimic educational qualifications, end quote. And it would not only be they don't cite the quote, but okay. It would not only be an anti-Marxist, but just plain stupid to consider these, quote, late arrivals, end quote, should serve as, quote, rank and file, end quote, whilst only those who had time to, quote, learn and prepare themselves should be leaders. You get yourself ready in one way and one way alone, by taking part in the collective work of the party. As far as we are concerned, you don't have to know all about the doctrine and program to be a party militant. A party militant is someone who, quote, has managed to forget, to renounce, to wrench from his heart and mind the classification under which he is inscribed in the registry of this putrefying society. One who can see and immerse himself in the entire millenary trajectory, linking the ancestral tribal men, struggling with wild beasts to a member of the future future community, fraternal and joyous harmony with the social man. Okay. We'll add that, but I want to read this next bit real quick. One thing is for sure, those who think you need to know everything and understand everything before you can act, or those who see the party as an academy for training cadres, have wrenched precisely nothing from their hearts or minds. They're self to their necks in the most putrid myth of this putrefying society, the one which holds that the individual with his miserable little brain can learn about or make decisions about anything other than that which has already been dictated by those astute manipulators of culture and ideas of ruling classes. Okay. All right, let's go through this bit here. Yeah, that's kind of what they're saying, right? If you think rather than act, then you're pay bourgeois. That's kind of what they're saying. Or rather, if you think while not acting, you're pay bourgeois. But they don't say anything about acting without thought on the other side of things. So I can only imagine that they don't actually criticize that. In fact, they celebrate, the person who essentially just goes in and takes action without thinking, with nothing but instinct. I mean, listen, there's certainly some degree of truth to it, in the sense that certainly when people join into the party, as the conditions make it so the party becomes, popular, both because the party has been successful in its action, and is in people's minds, and because, people don't like to bet on a wrong horse. That's just the fact of the matter. And this isn't really questionable. People are looking for something that can have victory. It's a continual reality. So, yes, it's an instinctual thing when people join the party, because they instinctually recognize it to be able to do that. And oftentimes people are fooled. They're fooled by their instincts. That's kind of why they're instincts, Anyway. So those in the party need courage, selflessness, heroism, and willingness to fight. Those unwilling are either sympathizers and prospects, not militants. Militant does not necessarily need to have any knowledge of Marxism, just the instinctual drive to action brought about not by knowing but by feeling. Readying oneself occurs through taking part in collective work. The militant is someone who has a historical understanding of past society, future society, gained through prefiguration within the party of within the party of communist society. I wrote that wrong, but oh well. With fraternal harmony. In other words, they're looking for people who will act in a communist way, but also be willing to fight for it, despite living in a bourgeois society. Okay. Quotations. Motion by the Left Current on Education Culture, Bologna, 1912. We have not read that. This Congress, taking into consideration that under the capitalist regime, the school represents a powerful weapon of self-preservation in the hands of the dominant class, whose aim is to give young people an education which instills in them a sense of loyalty and resignation towards the present regime and prevents them from seeing its essential contradictions, highlighting, therefore, the artificial character of today's culture and official teaching throughout all its successive phases, believing that no trust should be placed in a reform of the schools in a lay and democratic sense, believes that the attention of young socialists should rather be turned towards the development of socialist character and sensibility, taking into consideration that the proletarian alone can provide such an education which is dedicated to a class struggle in the sense of preparation for the proletariat's ultimate victory, rejecting the scholastic definition of our movement and all discussion of it about so-called technical function. It believes that just as young people find in every proletarian class protest the best terrain on which to develop their revolutionary consciousness, so also can workers' organizations benefit from the active participation of their youngest and most enthusiastic elements in order to draw on that socialist faith that alone can save them from utilitarian and corporativist degeneration. It affirms, in short, that young people learn more through action and study, which is regulated by quasi-bureaucratic norms and systems, and consequently exhorts all members of the young socialist movement, a. to meet together much more often than prescribed by statutes, in order to discuss the problems of socialist action, passing on to results of your observations and personal readings to others, and increasingly habituating yourselves to the moral solidarity of the socialist milieu, and B, to take active part in the life of the trade organizations. I actually want to put this in our red on children's and students' place in revolution and youth liberation at minor. I don't know if people got pinged with that, but okay. And we're also going to put it here, but I'll come back in order to go into that. Usually I don't get the quotations, but this isn't a piece we've read in the past. So, 28. Carlean Phantoms, 1953. We did not read that either. 3. Theoretical Consciousness, staunchly defended by the left as a common patrimony of the party and of the youth movement, mustn't be used as a condition to paralyze all those who simply move to fight under the impulse of social sentiment and enthusiasm, which social conditions provoke in the natural course of things. Those who were incapable of understanding such a dialectical position, and who even saw as far as the driving forces acting within the young soul are concerned, as putting faith in, quote, fanaticism, before science and philosophy talked total and absolute rubbish, and spoke of reviving the cult of the hero, and of dropping Marx for Carlyle. Who is Carlyle? 1953 left communism. Carlean Phantasm? Huh. Interesting. I might take a quick look at that after this. Moving on. 29. Marx and Primitive Communism, 1959. As the great Marxist Lenin masterfully demonstrated in What Is to Be Done, what is required of the communist militant before orientation of thinking and consciousness is the will to fight. 30. It's Easy to Laugh, 1959. When at a certain point our banal opposer tells us that this is tantamount to us constructing our own mysticism, setting himself up, poor man, as one who has overcome all faiths in mysticism, and mocks us with the religious terminology, saying that we are prostrating ourselves before the Mosaic or Talmudic biblical or Quranic, evangelical or catechism tables. To him we reply that we not even that we will to him we replied that not even that will make us feel obliged to go on the defensive. And in fact, leaving aside the usefulness of annoying a new crop of Philistines which every age throws up, we have no reason to be offended by a statement that our movement, until such a time in reality, which proceeds according to our method, every subsequent conquest of human knowledge, may still need a mysticism, or if you wish, a myth. Yes, it is indeed easy to laugh. I made these exact criticisms, and then they're like, "Yeah, you're right. we're just saying that we own it. You know, that makes it so it's good." Don't fetishize the party. Um, don't fetishize lack of knowledge. Think and act at the same time. You know, their conception kind of leaves out the ability to develop conceptions in the abstract. It leaves out the capacity to deduce and induce. And these things are skills that are learned, to be clear, and not everybody can do it. Yeah, or sorry, not everybody without learning it. No, nobody without learning can do it, right? It's something that you learn. But don't knock it. It's a thing. People can develop that. People can deduce things without having to actually go in and do it. This is part of the scientific method. You know, people develop hypotheses and then they test them. So actual thought is pretty important. Don't knock it. All right. 31. Left-wing communism and infantile disorder, a condemnation of the renegades to come, 1961. So this isn't Lenin. This is in 1961. 18. The basis of discipline comes in the first place from the class consciousness of the proletarian vanguard. For example, of the proletarian minority gathered in the party. Lenin then immediately goes on to draw attention to the qualities of such a vanguard using passionate rather than rational language by pointing out, like in many other of its writings was to be done, that the communist proletarian joins the party instinctively rather than rationally. Such a thesis has already been defended by Italian socialists youth back in 1912 against the immediatists, who, like the anarchists, are always educationalists. I think that a large part of immediatism is that instinct. In fact, I think that's the entire point of it. Not to mention later things that they also were against, including, for example, the situationists, right? Because they were all about creating situations in which people would essentially break out of the matrix through art and through things like what were probably similar to flash mobs nowadays, but they're really intended to essentially get people thinking about their capitalist society and educate them through action, right? Continuing. In the battle between the culturalists and the anti-culturalists, as they were called at the time. In this battle, the latter, by requiring faith and passion from young revolutionaries rather than exam results, proved to comply with strict materialism and the rigor of party theory. Lenin, who's holding and listen rather than teaching in an academy, refers to the qualities of devotion, tenacity, self-sacrifice, and heroism. Okay, Lenin is able to do that because he has a disciplined, militarized party. You know, it's not important that the people within the party be educated. I mean, that's a key part of it, and people get education. But what's important is that they are disciplined. They don't necessarily have to know why they're doing it or what they're doing. They just need to follow orders and carry out those orders to the best of their ability. Education comes later. And yes, it comes through the act, but really it comes later. It is a military party. It's something that people would go in and essentially have what amounted to boot camp, drill. They would be told, you're doing this, this, and this, and you're carrying that out. Okay, you're all done. Get out there and do it. And follow orders. This is the person that you answer to. You don't get to ask questions. It's a military organization. And the way that he kind of squared some circles was through democratic centralism, thus allowing the militants within the party to have role within it. So it wasn't what we would historically consider an actual military organization in the sense of the bourgeois military organization, but it was a military organization completely and utterly on every level. Okay, we as distant peoples have recently, with dialectical resolve, dared to openly refer to the fact that joining the party as a mystical occurrence. Okay. Okay, so 32 considerations on the organic activity of the party when the general situation is historically unfavorable. 1965, we indeed read this. 11, the violent sparks flashing between the reaphors and our dialectics have taught us that a revolutionary and militant communist comrade is one who's managed to forget, to renounce, to rent. We already read that. They just quoted themselves without actually drawing to attention that they quoted themselves. Basically, again, the militant is somebody who is able to act in fraternal harmony through the prefiguration with fraternal harmony. Basically, they just consider the best of their fellow comrades and work alongside them. And that's it. Okay. Chapter 3. The Party as Organization of People. The party is an organization made up of people, an old and undeniable definition. The fighting organization is composed of individuals with different traits and capacities, emanating from different social backgrounds and bringing with them different individual experiences. It is a matter of knowing what unites these people together in one organization. Evidently, what unites them is adherence to some of the theory, principles, final aims, and line of action that has historically typified the Communist Party organ, in which the individual members, from wherever they originate, accept as such and are led to obey. What unites them is their adherence to a battle position, a front line that history has set out before them and to which they owe absolute faith. The individuals who compose a party aren't individually conscious of this historical patrimony. Rather, they adhere to it in an instinctive way, indeed in a mystical way, as we have stated elsewhere. This is where you have to go once you've denied the proletarian status of people outside of the party, and then denied the proletarian status of people within the party to claim that the party is what is actually proletarian, so that you can justify the dictatorship of the party as opposed to the dictatorship of the proletariat. You essentially abandon the development of the party and just say, hey, it just magically happens. People will figure it out. That's the common watchword of all this spontaneous stuff. People will just figure it out. It'll just happen. And yes, that will happen because of the class interests people have. But that's kind of against the entire point. If it'll just happen, then there's no point at all in studying any of this theory. There's no point in having any of these organs and looking at historical examples and stuff, because it'll just happen. You don't need to do any thinking. You just need to feel it. Just need to let it happen. And if it doesn't happen the right way, then that's just because historical conditions are not right, and we absolve ourselves of responsibility. This is idealism manifest. Stop doing it. No fetishizing the party. No fetishizing the process of it. These are material things acting in a material way. No looking at some idealized historical quote unquote party that is outside of reality, that doesn't exist, and people will just mystically turn to and say, this is what we're going to take from the heavens down to earth to establish, and we're constantly looking at the heavens to learn from. No, we start from the earth and we go to heaven. This is the distinction of materialism, of dialectical materialism. This is the key to Marxism. You cannot have this and be a dialectical materialist. You cannot give conceptions of mysticalness in this way. It is a fundamental drive, a class-based instinct that drives one to do that. And the only way that exists is because there's shared class interests among people. Okay, continuing. Consciousness is possessed by the collective organ, not only in the sense of the common activity of all party members, an activity that is both theoretical and practical, but in the broader sense of collective activity on the basis of tactical, programmatic, and theoretical norms, and of aims that pre-exist in the collectivity itself, operating at a given time and in a given place. One thing alone is required of this working collectivity, that remain true, and all that does to a continuous thread linking the past to the future, changing nothing, inventing nothing, discovering nothing. Okay, so I have a quick question. Where does this thread exist? Like, can you point at it? Is it in these texts? Is it in some ideal history? Alright, continuing. Of the individual members of the collectivity, it is asked that they contribute their mental and physical energies to ensure that the organization remains true to its founding postulates, which are binding on all. But who then decides party policy? What is a party collectively supposed to say and do? This is decided by translating the party's program, aims, principles, and theory into activity. The activity is study, research, and interpretation of social events and actively intervening within them. It is from this collective activity that the practical decisions emerge, decisions that mustn't in any way be at odds with the historical foundations on which the party stands. It is the world center which issues because it's an international. Okay, it is the world center which issues orders to the rest of the network, and although it is a role which can be performed by one person or by a group of people, the center itself is a function of the party. It is the product of the collective activity of the party. In order so emerge from it as a result of its greater or lesser cerebral capacity. Rather, they constitute the nodal point within an activity that involves the entire organization, which must be based on the historical party. Okay. We'll take this. Oops. There we go. All right, so members need to contribute to maintaining organizational continuity. Party policy is determined by the International Center, which issues orders as the central node by translating party program aims, principles, and theory into action, which the membership is also doing. Study, researching, interpreting social events, which the members are also doing in their congresses, and actively intervening in those events, which the members are the ones carrying out. Any decision is in line with the historical line. Okay. In our scheme, the orientation of the party is neither decided by the totality of individuals who compose it, nor by the group that happens to be performing the role of center, which only expresses decisions that are binding on all militants insofar as they derive from the party's historical patrimony and are the result of the work of and contributions from the organization as a whole. Our thesis, therefore, is that It is not individuals who are responsible for how well the party performs, and nor indeed are they to blame if the party falls apart. We will never consider the question as one of finding, quote, the best people to guarantee the work is carried out correctly. Don't you want these courageous people? That was the whole point. Courage, selflessness, heroism, willingness to fight. Anyway, nor will we ever attempt and this is nothing special to them. So, anyway, to remedy a mistake by juggling individuals around within the party's hierarchical structure. Really? So are you saying that somebody can't fuck up and then get removed from a position because they've shown themselves to be incapable of maintaining it? I thought that the entire point was that your system was supposed to be doing that constantly. I suppose, as they say, remedying a mistake. Okay, so if they're saying that there's. Okay, so if they're saying that it can't be solved, a problem can't be solved within the party by simply replacing that person with another person. Instead, the placement itself needs to be re-examined. Okay. It certainly doesn't look like it, but I can see it if they're making that argument. Okay, as to individuals separately considered, our theory denies them consciousness, merit, or blame and considers them exclusively as more or less valid instruments of the collective activity. Likewise, it considers their actions, whether right or wrong, not as the fruit of their personal intentions, but due to impersonal and anonymous determinations. It's a collective work itself based on sound tradition which selects individuals for the various levels in the hierarchy, for the various roles and tasks that define the party organization. But the guarantee that the tasks will be performed correctly cannot be provided by the brain power and willpower of an individual or group. It is, on the contrary, the result of the development of the party work as a whole. There's degrees of truth and degrees of falsehood in this. I'm not going to get into this right now, but we'll talk more about this topic of individual responsibility when we start reading cybernetics stuff. The answer is that it's dialectical. But more seriously, the answer is that individuals are of actual importance, but you want to reduce the importance of individuals as much as possible. We saw aspects of that in Gorder's open letter to Comrade Lenin, where he talks about how leader politics within developed capitalist countries are less important. And the, have very good individual leaders who have very good plans and politicking abilities and so on and so forth are not what's needed by the party. Anyway, let's go through this. So individuals are not to blame for failures or successes in their role to maintain their role in the party. Rather, it's a function of the quality of the development of the party work and function as a whole. Moving people throughout the party hierarchy to fix problems will not remove the basis for the problem to exist. So essentially, all positions need to be foolproof. You should be able to have somebody of any quality in them, and so long as they're not a bad actor, they should be able to carry out the work. People are selected to positions on the hierarchy, roles, and tasks which define the organization based on collective work and sound tradition. Doesn't actually explain much about that, but oh well. So now we get to the quotations to justify these positions and to make the case that they've always held these positions. So 33, Theses on Tactics at the Second Congress of the PCDI, Rome Theses in 1922. We read this. So part 1, section 2, it would be erroneous to consider the two factors of consciousness as will and will as powers that can be obtained by or are to be expected of individuals, since they are only realizable through the integration of the activity of many individuals into a unitary collective organism. Part 3, 16. Any conception of the party organism based on a requirement of perfect critical conscious and complete spirit of sacrifice on the part of each of its members, individually considered, would be totally erroneous. Then, Communist Organization and Discipline, 1924. Did we read this? I do not believe we did. Orders emanating from these central hierarchies are not the starting point, but rather the result of the functioning of the movement understood as a collective. This is not to be understood in a foolishly democratic or legalistic way, but in a realistic and historical sense. We are not defending, by saying this, the right of the communist masses to devise policies which the leaders must then follow. We are noting that the formation of a class party presents itself in these terms, and the examination of the question must be based on these premises. That's how we tentatively sketch out the set of conclusions which regard the matter. You've not actually disproved it. You've just said, oh hey, this is the case, and then you haven't made any actual claims about it after stating that this is the case. All right, continuing. There's no mechanical discipline that can reliably ensure that orders and regulations from on high, whatever they are, will be put into effect. There is, however, a cluster of orders and regulations responding to the real origins of the movement, which can guarantee the maximum of discipline, that is, unitary action of the whole organism. Whereas there are other directives which, if issued from the center, could compromise both discipline and organizational solidarity. It is therefore a matter of demarcating the duty of the leading organs. But who's supposed to do that? The whole party should do it, that's who, the whole organization. Not the trite and parliamentary sense of a right to be consulted about the, quote, mandate to be conferred on the elected leaders and how restricted it will be, but in the dialectical sense that takes into consideration the movement's traditions, preparedness, and real continuity of its thinking and action. So, we're going to add this, and I'm going to do a little criticism in the notes and also a little callback to Damon. So any orders that are carried out are done by the actual rank and file. Any orders should be those that increase discipline and unity. No orders which decrease this, no matter the circumstances, should be employed. The rank and file should reject orders that do not align with this. Through this, the whole party is saying the boundaries of leading organs. So, again, this is the distinction between a militant organization and an academic one, right? We talk a lot America historically has talked a lot in its military about the right for soldiers to refuse orders that they have determined are illegal, right? But this really, really rarely actually occurs once you get down to it. Orders are almost invariably followed for any list of reasons. Now, a large portion of that is just training. Other aspects of it is, what constitutes as a legal or illegal order is often very difficult to draw the line between, and you can get fucked over through disciplinary action if you deem something to be an illegal order but it's actually legal. There's so many reasons that an order could be determined to be correct even when it isn't, for that matter. And whistleblowers in the United States military get fucking killed, right? Now, I'm all for not having that sort of thing. However, one thing that needs to be understood is any organization that is following any sort of secretive strategy and long-term thing or whatever needs compartmentalization. It needs discipline without question, and so on and so forth. I talked earlier about how, the various information wars that were carried out by the United States and Britain versus the Nazis. And these were long-term, multi-year information wars and disinformation and so on and so forth. Like, you know, these things go on. They're very difficult. They rest on a single loose tongue, just a single one. Not everybody can know about everything, and in fact, if everybody is at all times questioning their orders and questioning whether it's correct or not, you're going to have problems with actually carrying out any action. This isn't really a question. This is a reality. It's nice to say it, but I don't see this sort of thing working out properly. Anyway, so no consultation is required for such to occur if the rank and file is properly trained, and they will only accept orders which are the correct ones. This is fundamentally consultation, but again, one of the reasons that you have a mechanism of actually going to the people to talk to them is not only essentially to get what they to understand what they have to say. It's also a way of manufacturing consent. It's also a way of getting people to be like, okay, yeah, you're right, we're going this way. This has a bunch of stuff about necessity for faith and stuff like that within the party. Faith, common fraternity. Just taking it on faith for these orders to go through. And that can work. But that's certainly not, only accepting orders that are the correct ones. That's taking on faith that the orders are the correct ones. So you're kind of essentially reaching back to this disciplined section where it doesn't matter what the reasons are, you just follow your orders because you're a militant, you're a soldier, and it's your job to follow your orders, even if you don't necessarily know why you're doing something that you're doing. You just know that you're being commanded to, and it's part of a larger grand strategy, which you may or may not be aware of, right? So they're kind of essentially trying to get they're trying to get the militarized party through faith, while having their cake and eating it too. It's potentially possible. I don't really think it's really effective or efficient or capable of functioning the way that they hope it does. Maybe it is. I don't know. Anyway, so this creates a dialectical relationship between the rank and file and center on the basis of the movement's traditions, preparedness, and maintaining continuity in thinking and action. So right here, we kind of see where Damon, splits off with his dialectical centralism, where he's like, hey, listen, the party needs to have some way of actually consulting the people within it. That's democracy right there. That's how he's presenting democracy. It needs to have some way of consulting them, getting information about what their views are, and then taking that information, hammering it into actionable activity, and then disseminating it. So, it's kind of the middle path here. People still need to follow it. They've made decisions collectively, but you're also getting information from them and not just hoping that people will follow through on what you want them to do, and being like, oh, well, I guess we had the wrong thing if one group over here doesn't follow through on what you're asking them to do, and another group over there does. Anyway, let's continue. So this is Lenin on the Path of Revolution, 1924. We did not read this. This is the role of the leader. The way individuals develop and the roles they take on are determined by general environmental conditions and by society, including the latter's history. Whatever is processed in a person's brain has been previously prepared in the course of relations with other men and is due to the existence of other men, including in an intellectual sense. Some privilege and practice brains, better constructed and perfected mechanisms that they are, better translate, express, and elaborate a wealth of knowledge and experiences that wouldn't have exist if not supported by a life of the collective. The leader's brain is a material instrument, functioning as a result of its links to the class and to the party. The formulations of the leader dictates in his capacity as theoretician, and the norms he prescribes as practical leader are not his own creations but clarifications, precise specifications based on knowledge whose material components and products of immense experience belong to the class party. Not all this data presents itself to the leader in the form of mechanical erudition, and this provides a realistic explanation for certain phenomena of intuition deemed to be divinatory, but which, far from giving evidence of the transcendence of some individuals over the mass, demonstrate instead the correctness of our assumption that the leader is the operating instrument rather than the motor force of collective thinking and common action. The organization into a party which allows a class to just truly function as such and to live as such can be viewed as a unitary mechanism in which the various, quote, brains, not just brains of course, but other organs as well, perform different tasks according to aptitude and capacity, all of them in the service of a common goal and interest which progressively unifies them ever more intimately in time and space, a convenient expression meant in an empirical rather than transcendent way. Therefore, not every individual in the organization occupies the same position or is at the same level. The gradual putting into practice of the division of tasks according to a rational plan, and what goes for today's class party will be the case for tomorrow's society, completely excludes those higher ups having privileges over the rest. We've actually read this section before. Our revolutionary evolution isn't headed towards disintegration, but rather towards a more scientific mutual connection between individuals. It is anti-individualist insofar as it is materialist. It doesn't believe in the soul or that individuals can have metaphysical or transcendental content, but rather assigns the individual, according to his or her role, a place within the collective framework, creating a hierarchy which tends ever more to an elimination of coercion, which it replaces with technical rationality. The party is already an example of a coercion-free collective. The question doesn't present itself to us as a juridical matter, but as a technical problem, uncompromised by the philosophies of constitutional law, or worse still, of natural law. There is no reason in principle why leader, or committee of leaders, should be inscribed in our statutes. In fact, it is on these premises that a Marxist solution to the question of choice is based. Choices are made, more than anything, by the dynamic of history of the movement and not by the humdrum routine of consultative elections. We prefer not to include the word leader in our organizational rules because individuals of the caliber of Marx and Lenin won't always be among us. In conclusion, if an exceptional person, an exceptional instrument should appear, the movement will make use of them. But the movement lives on even when there are no such eminent personalities. Our theory of the leader is very different from the cretinous rubbish used by theologians and official politicians to demonstrate the need for priests, kings, first citizens, dictators, and douches, all wretched puppets convinced it is they who make history. Furthermore, this process of elaboration of material belonging to a collectivity, which we see manifesting in the person of the leader as he draws energy from the collective, developing, transforming it, and returning it, cannot therefore be removed from the circle on his passing. The death of the organism Lenin certainly doesn't mean his role is over, especially since, as we have shown, the material he elaborated is in fact sure to continue to remain a vital source of nourishment for the class and party. This is an interesting section. However, I will reiterate the tyranny of structurelessness. This is actually a really good section here, and really what it's talking about is how essentially by not having an actual clear structure, this is the exact circumstance that will allow structures that are unspoken to solidify themselves. And then once they solidify themselves, they will maintain themselves. Now, their conception with organic centralism is that, oh, hey, once the organization is no longer necessary, then it'll just go away. But that's not really how things happen, right? Any organization, any organ to exist to exist needs to justify its own existence and maintain itself. That's just the fact of the matter. I'll reiterate from before when I talked about this. It it is important to have in very clear terms known throughout the organization that the sub organs need to be deleted. But and on a particular basis. Let's go back to this cybernetic um, organization. Let's go back to this thing right here. Uh, here. What you see here, right? You've got this big thing, but what do you see here? Turn this on its side. It's this thing. What you're seeing is this thing. It's just a smaller version. And then further within that, you have more of it, right? You've got your larger organism. This is the party as a whole within the environment as a whole. But within the party, you've got all these smaller organs within it. And all these are going to have their own ethos, their own norms and belief system, their values, their identity, which makes them separate from the larger organism, from the larger environment in which it functions. Your heart is distinct from your lungs, right? It has its own thing that it does. This is a poor example because it's not something that has an external thing. It doesn't have so it does have, it gains information from your brain with the electrical impulse, and then it's able to do stuff. But really, the most basic example of this, by the way, is a light switch, right? But anyway, so you know, any organization, any organism, any system is going to need to have some way to self-replicate in order to exist in the first place. If it doesn't have that capacity to self-replicate to justify its own identity, then it will cease to exist. So you need to have some way to terminate that when it's no longer useful, when it's no longer necessary. That's why you kind of need structures. You need to have some form of official thing that goes in and says, okay, when this thing is no longer useful, then we're going to get rid of it. And to specify what that is, on what conditions that is the case. If you're just relying on people to just, come to a conclusion, hey, this isn't useful, so we're going to move on, then that can work, but it won't work very well because there's all sorts of interests in maintaining that identity. There's all sorts of interests. And these are the interests of bureaucracy, right? The bureaucracy wants to maintain and expand itself. This is a perfect example of bureaucracy in action, and bureaucracy arising from lack of methods of dealing with these things. Okay. Let's take some of this because this is a good section, all the same. We already had this section, so I'm not going to bother putting it in again. And we're going to add this. And then the last paragraph as well. Why is this all bold? Maybe it's not anymore. Cool. All right. So everyone's understanding of anything is owed to a collective and their own translation of the collective's knowledge. Leaders' formulations are not their own creations, but instead clarifications based on the class party's experience. Sometimes particularly developed individuals, leaders, can express things through what appears to be inspiration or intuition in a given moment, but because it's just clarifications, it's not. And I just want to note, this is inspiration, this is intuition. They just don't want to connect it with conceptions of divine inspiration and the like. And they want to essentially maintain the claim that, nobody can actually make any intuitions to tactics or developments to tactics. This is essentially their way of protecting their line, because they can say, oh, when we adapted this new tactic, it wasn't actually new. It was, in fact, simply a clarification of the party's line, which is completely unchanged. We've just rewritten it a little bit. This is a pretty, infantile, to say the least, way of going about this sort of thing. If I was in a conversation with somebody who was pushing this sort of stuff, I would immediately just term them as bad faith and walk away. Oh, no, we didn't adopt any new tactics or anything when we did this totally new thing. That was always in the program. It just wasn't elaborated yet, But actually, wait, no, they say no new elaborations to the thing, don't they? Okay. uh, yeah. Anyway, so the leader is like a conductor before an orchestra, an operating instrument, not a motor force of collective thinking and action. All right. So the individual is assigned according to role to a place within the collective framework. This distribution produces a hierarchy. This hierarchy, as a result of the process of distribution, trends towards elimination of coercion. Rather, there is a technical rationality. The party prefiguration of communist society is a coercion-free collective. All right. So this doesn't actually explain at all the process. It just makes a statement. And this technical rationality right here, this screams of technocracy. So I'm not making the claim that this is what it's going for, especially just a excerpted quotation, but really that's what this is sounding like. Now, we've had other places that essentially talk about how it goes down, but really what essentially the conception is, hey, people will be put in places that best fit them according to what they do. And it's in, well, okay, so essentially everybody's constantly being swapped from position to position in order to combat the division of labor, get everybody familiar with all the aspects of party work and collective work, educate everybody, so on and so forth. And people will trend in a natural division of labor. This is a thing that Marx talked about, towards things that they are more skilled at. And this is their technical rationality. Essentially, over time, the individual just gets assigned to whatever fits them best, because they are like, hey, I match this best, and everybody agrees, yeah, you match this best. And this doesn't require coercion, according to this. Maybe not. Okay. And if we understand, for example, pre-capitalist society, where in order to support society, essentially everybody's got to do everything. Uh, um, there's a natural division of labor wherein, for the most part, not universally, for the most part, men do some things, women do other things, children do other things, but everybody's doing a little bit of everything. And any division of labor in this sense is just, a technical rationality, as it puts it. So yeah, it's sure. I don't strictly disagree with this. This is a fine conception. Let me just make a note of this for when I'm actually putting it all together. The question then becomes, what happens if somebody kind of gets, embedded within a certain area and doesn't want to leave, but the party wants to train new people in that. That's a pretty common struggle, in fact, within businesses, right? uh, Getting somebody to train their replacement, that's not fun. um, though of course there's not supposed to be competition within the party, right? Okay, so let's see this last bit. All right, so developments made by the impressive individual do not disappear. We do not need to have someone in such position at all times, or at least we should structure our organization to not need political geniuses. As usual, and I agree with this, make everything foolproof, automate where possible, and they, as I recall, they said automation not necessarily good. I don't remember what they said about it. It was earlier in this very piece. All right, found it. So organizational structures being automated in a perfect way does not replace correct action. So they're not necessarily saying that automatism of organs is bad. They're just saying that that perfect automation does not replace perfect action. Okay. And but yeah, essentially they're saying foolproof your stuff as best as possible and make it so you don't have to rely on any individual as much as possible. All fine goals. Okay, 36. So Left's theses at the Third Congress of the PCDI, line theses, 1926. We did read this. So this is part 1, section 3. The organ in which, on the contrary, is summed up to the full extent of volitional possibilities and initiative in all fields of activity is a political party. Not just in the old party, though, but the party of the proletarian class, the Communist Party, linked as though by an unbroken thread to the ultimate goals in the future. The party's power of volition, as well as its consciousness and the theoretical knowledge, are functions that are exclusively collective. Marxism explains that the leaders in the party itself are given their job because they are considered as instruments and operators who best manifest the capacity to comprehend and explain facts and to lead and will action. With such capacities nevertheless maintaining their origin in the existence and character of the collective organ. By way of these considerations, the Marxist conception of the party and its activity, as we have stated, thus shuns fatalism, which would have us remain passive spectators of phenomena into which there's no direct intervention is felt possible. Yeah, this is entirely correct. It would be a shame if people later would then go and say you can't do anything. uh, okay, anyway. Likewise, armchair meme. Likewise, it rejects every voluntarist conception as regards individuals, according to which the qualities of theoretical preparation, force of will, and spirit of sacrifice ensure a special type of moral figure and requisite level of, quote, purity. set the standards for every single party militant without exception, reducing the latter to an elite, distinct, and superior to the rest of the elements that compose the working class. Where is that? Yes, right here. There you go. Okay. If you're watching the actual screen, then you would see what I had to show there. But anyway. 37. Speech by the left's representative to the 6th ECCI Plenum, 1926. We did not read this. This also relates to the question of leaders that Comrade Trotsky raised in the preface in 1917. In an analysis of the causes of our defeat, I entirely agree with the conclusions he came to. Trotsky does not speak of leaders as though heaven needs to delegate men for this purpose. On the contrary, he approaches the problem quite differently. Even leaders are a result of party activity, of party working methods, and a product of the confidence the party is able to inspire. If the party, in spite of changeable and often unfavorable circumstances, follows a revolutionary line and fights opportunist deviation, then the selection of leaders, the formation of a general staff will go well. And during the final struggle, we will have, if not always a Lenin, at least a compact and courageous leadership something that today, given the current state our organizations are in, we have little cause to expect. Okay, we'll grab this. But I won't summarize it for now. 38. Force, Violence, and Dictatorship in the Class Struggle, 1948. We did not read this. Part 5. Neither does this task of possessing the theoretical consciousness fall to a band or group of superior individuals whose mission is to help humanity. It falls instead to an organism, to a mechanism differentiated within the mass, utilizing the individual elements as cells that compose a tissue and elevating them to a function made possible only by this complex of relationships. This organism, this system, this complex of elements, each with its own function, analogous to the animal organism, with its extremely complicated system of tissues, networks, vessels, etc. It's the class organism, the party, which in a certain way defines the class before itself and gives it the capacity to make its own history. And then we've got the reversal of praxis in Marxist doctrine, Rome meeting, 1951. 10. In the party, the contribution made by all the individual and class influences will flow into it from below, are shaped into the means of establishing a critical theoretical view and a will to act which makes it possible to instill into individual proletarians and militants an explanation of situations and historical processes, ability to make correct decisions about actions and struggles. 11. Thus, whilst determinism denies the individual the possibility of achieving will and consciousness prior to action, the reversal praxis does allow this within the party, and only within the party, as a result of a general historical elaboration. However, although will and consciousness can be attributed to the party, it is not the case that the party is formed by a concurrence of the consciousness and will of individual members of a group, and nor can such a group be in any way considered as free of the determining physical, economic, and social factors weighing on the class as a whole. 12. The so-called analysis, which alleges that all conditions for revolution are in place, but revolutionary leadership is therefore meaningless. It is correct to say that an organ of leadership is indispensable, but its arising depends on the general conditions of the struggle itself, and never the cleverness or bravery of a leader or vanguard. And then we've got characteristic theses of the party, the Florence Theses, 1951. I do not believe we read that. No, right? Yes, we did. Right there. Part 2, 5. The party is not formed on the basis of individual consciousness. Not only is it not possible for each proletarian to become conscious, and still less to master class doctrine in a cultural way, but neither is it possible for each individual militant, not even for the leaders of the party. Consciousness consists in the organic unity of the party alone. In the same way, therefore, we reject notions based on individual acts or even on mass action when not linked to the party framework. So we must reject any conception of the party as a group of enlightened scholars or conscious individuals. On the contrary, the party is the organic tissue whose function inside the working class is to carry out its revolutionary tasks in all its aspects and all its complex stages. 41. The dog's legs. I was just like, this is word. This doesn't actually say anything. It's saying that the party is an active organization. All right, so the dog's legs, 1952. We did not read this. Put bluntly, this is our position. New facts do not lead us to correct the old positions, nor to supplement or rectify them. Today, we interpret the original Marxist text in the same way as we did in 1921 and even before that. And we interpret later facts in the same way. The old proposals regarding methods of organization and action remain valid. This work is neither entrusted to individuals nor committees, much less so to bureaus. In timing and quality, it is part of a unitary operation that has been unfolding for over a century, going well beyond the birth and death of generations. It is not inscribed in anyone's curriculum vitae, living curriculum. Not even of those who spend an extremely long time coherently elaborating and mulling over the results. In this work of elaboration of key texts and also studies interpreting the historical process that surrounds us, the movement prohibits and has to prohibit personal, extemporary, and contingent initiatives being taken. Hold on. So it's a personal, extemporary, and contingent initiatives being taken. All right. So essentially, so long as somebody justifies their initiatives on the basis of of quotations from previous texts, then it's fine. This does, in a lot of ways, essentially fall in line with academic stuff. You know, you can't really get away with making a thought and saying something without citing it in academics. Actually, there's a bit of a meme here. 1 second. All right. So, and since books are made to be read and not consulted, I've rejected the scholarly tradition of specifying pages and footnotes. Therefore, I give no sources because it is indifferent to me whether or not what I've thought has already been thought before me by another. And sound haters won't believe any source. You know, so I agree in principle. You should be generally, giving your citations, but at the same time, sometimes people develop their conceptions without even knowing how they develop them. And you can call that intuition. You can call that what was it? Inspiration. And we can both. Everybody should agree that none of this is divine or comes from the heavens or comes outside of the society that they're developed in. That's obvious. That's part of materialism. However, I think it very silly to say that essentially people have to justify everything based on, being able to cite things. Because that's essentially what this is saying. Personal, extemporary, and contingent initiatives. No, sometimes, especially in the moment of the action, people come to conclusions and they recognize that they need to take an action and they go out and fucking do it. This is the Lenin of the this is a key text in all this that we've not actually read. Lenin is the organic centralist nonsense. Though Damon comes in and he also takes this and he says, hey, this is dialectical centralism in action, not organic centralism. Because Lenin is going to the masses, he's going to the sailors himself, and he's actually talking to them personally. against the interest of against the party itself. Where was that? There we go. Lenin, as most personal and decisive, by which we mean the Lenin of the April Theses, had desperate determination to go to the sailors, beyond formal organization of the Bolshevik Party Central Committee, whose positions were based on misunderstanding and compromise, not operating on organic or even democratic centralism, but acting as the chief pillar of the coming revolution, and the only one who understood and endorsed the demands of the working class, and this is because his feet were firmly on a class terrain, because he thought and worked on in class terms and for the class, and had a very lively sense of history, which teaches us that the revolution loves action and hates cowards who turn up a day late. This is a dialectical relationship between membership and leadership of the party. Necessary integration of freedom and authority, and this is the action, right? This is where activity is occurring. And yes, we should generally demand that people have some way, some justification for their stuff. But in the heat of the moment, at the time, action is generally was what you should be going for. And you don't necessarily need to be able to, at that very moment, justify and cite your sources, pull out your books and flip open to a page and then say, read this. This will explain everything. No, instead, you go to the people and you take action. And that's how, that is what a living party looks like. One that's capable of doing that and not having to go and consult the dead for everything. All right. The idea that some obliging bloke with pen and ink will, in an hour or so to spare, starts writing text from scratch, or else the cryonic, long-suffering base is urged to do so by some circular letter or some ephemeral academic meeting, whether noisily public or in secret, well, it is just childish. The result of such effort should be disqualified from the outset, especially when such an array of dictates is the work of those who are obsessed with the effect of human intervention in history. Is it men in general, particular men, or a given man with a capital M who intervenes? It's an old question. Men make history, and it's just that they have very little idea how and why they make it. As a rule, all the fans of human action and those who mock what they allege to be fatalist automatism are generally the very people who privately nurture the idea that their own wee bodies contain a predestined man. And they are the very ones who do not and cannot understand anything at all. They fail to see that whether they sleep like logs or realize the noble dream of rushing around like men possessed, history will not be affected one iota. With icy cynicism and without the least pity of any of these superactivist specimens who are more or less convinced of their own importance, to them and to every assembly of innovators and would-be helmsmen, we repeat, go back to sleep. You can't even set an alarm clock. The task of saying the theses in order and stringing out all the dog's legs, veering off on all sides, a task which always arises when least expected, needs considerably more than a short speech or an hour or so at some little congress. It isn't easy to compile an index of all the places where it is necessary to plug the holes, blah, blah, blah. We do think a small index might be useful. We will compare correct with erroneous theses. We won't, however, call the latter antitheses, since such a term is easily confused with antithesis. We prefer to use the term countertheses. Okay. They've not actually made an argument. They've just said you're stupid. They've not made an argument. They just said you're stupid and you believe in great man theory if you're calling for, if you're saying to take action. Again, Do away with all the notes. Do away with all the reading. Remove all the books. Do away with the theoretical preparation, the historical analysis. Just the working class will follow its feelings and mystically join the party and do. Actually, not even with the party, again, the party, despite being, the invariant thing that's capable of looking into the future and making conceptions and stuff like that and determining what's necessary without taking praxis, without taking action, it's able to learn things, strategize, make conceptions, you know, um, you know, just don't even bother, right? Just let people do what they're gonna do, and then they'll just figure it out themselves. They'll rebuild the historical party at any given time. Why is there a need to maintain the current party? I'm not too clear on that. If the historical party always exists and it's always in the minds of people at all times, right? It just needs to get born at some point. And what's the point of maintaining the party in historically unfavorable positions? I'm not too clear on that. Was there justification for existing and continuing to exist? What's their justification for, developing any theory? Oh, wait, no, they reject that. I just don't see the point in any of this, in the way they conceive of things. It's not just the rejection of the individual, it's also the rejection of the capacity of men to exist in their circumstances and to do that. It's like, as a rule, the fans of human action, those who mock what they allege to be fatalist automatism, which they are doing. They're saying essentially, hey, look, the party can't do anything because this situation is unfavorable. Therefore, we should just sit in our chairs and engage in academic discussions and then not do any developments. And then they pay some lip service to, working with the union stuff, but that doesn't happen. That never happened to my knowledge, right? And then they conceive of people who say, hey, we should go out and do some stuff, as believing that they are the great man. One would imagine anybody who's going in here and trying to maintain the party under poor circumstances is also doing something, is it not? Right? Just continual, complete failure of actual engagement with these things. They just insult and then they walk away. And then they say, "Oh, hey, yeah, we should make some counter theses to what these people are saying to do." And that's fine. By all means, go and make counter theses to people like the situationists. Sure. You look at them and call them a bunch of immediatists and whatnot, which is kind of ironic, because before they were calling for the mystical and instinctive event of people joining the party, but the situationists are all about essentially creating situations which would cause people to shake themselves out of bourgeois consciousness through encounters with acts of protest. Sounds like the exact sort of thing that these guys would be in favor of, if they believe that about how the party functions, and how its numbers increase or decrease. Or, they're like, no, the party's numbers increase or decrease, not by any action that the party takes, but by actions external to the party. Um, and then again, therefore, the party shouldn't even bother to exist. It should just let loose with its identity and disappear because the historical party will just resprout. People will just figure it out to recreate it when the conditions are necessary. it's just it's just very silly. Okay, then we're Politique d'abord, 1952. One's respect for the party's principles, theses, and norms of actions, considered an impersonal entity, has been replaced by blind faith in a name. Once the ingenious support of the ingenious, sorry, innocent and unsuspecting, support of the masses and even the militants has ensured the influence of some particular individual, who, as well as exhibiting burning ambition, latent or otherwise, is also endowed with a certain intelligence, culture, eloquence, ability, or courage. Although 99 times out of 100 these gifts are entirely spurious. Only then does it become historically possible for these phenomenal upsets to occur. Those incredible changes of direction, which we see entire parties and major party factions breaking their doctrinal traditional line and getting the revolutionary class to abandon its battlefront, sometimes even by swapping sides. Incredibly, many militants and masses of proletarians have accepted these astonishing formulaic and prescriptive changes, and when not fooled, they get bogged down in ruinous indecision. For example, Mussolini's attempt to draw the Italian Socialist Party into war hysteria failed, but when the Socialist section in Milan unanimously expelled him in October 1914, his parting shot, he had the nerve to shout out, "You hate me because you love me." So, our long, tragic experience should have taught us that whilst it is necessary to utilize everyone's particular skills and aptitudes in party operations, quote, it is not necessary to love anyone. Indeed, we need to be prepared to chuck anyone out, even if they spend 11 out of 12 months in prison every year of their life. At important junctures, decisions about the course of action to follow have been made without relying on the personal authority of teachers, leaders, or executives, on the basis of rules and principles and of conduct that our movement has fixed in advance. A very difficult concept, we know, but without we cannot see how a powerful movement will reappear. The exaltation of the res geste, of the glorious deeds of this or that alleged captain of the masses, the oceanic fluctuations following his speeches and attitudes have always paved the way to the most surprising manipulations of the movement's principles. On countless occasions, both followers and leaders have become so involved in the dramatic externalisms of the struggle that they have ignored, forgotten, or maybe never really understood the tables of theory and conduct without which there is no party, and therefore no ascent and victory of the revolution. Thus it is that when the leader deceives both himself and others by reinterpreting these tables, confusion and disorientation almost inevitably results. All right. And bold. There we go. All right. We're not gonna summarize this for right now because I want to get through these quotations if possible. So 43, the Battellocchio in History, 1953. We did not read this. Let us put a stop to this tendency right now, as far as practically possible, to do away not with men, but with men and in such a name, with such and such a curriculum vitae. Excuse me. I know there are easy riposts that ingenious comrades will come up with. Lenin. All right, it's indisputable that after 1917 we won many militants of revolutionary struggle because they were convinced that Lenin had known how to fight and win the revolution. They came, fought, and later deepened their understanding of our program. By this expedient, proletarians and entire masses who might otherwise have remained dormant were awoken. I admit it. But later on, the same name is used to support the total opportunist corruption of the proletariat. We were reduced to a situation where the class vanguard is much weaker than before 1917, when few had heard that name. So I think the theses and directives established by Lin is summed up best in the collective proletarian doctrine, the political class reality, but that the name as such presents a debit balance. Evidently has gone too far. Lin himself was fed up to the back teeth with his personal importance being inflated. It is only insignificant little people who believe they are historically indispensable. He used to laugh wholeheartedly when he heard such nonsense. He was followed, adored, and misunderstood. Have I managed to give you an idea of the problem with these few words? A time is bound to come when there will be a strong class movement with the correct theory and practice, but without any need to exploit a fondness for names. I believe it will come. Whoever does not believe this must lack confidence in the new Marxist vision of history, or even worse, be a leader of the oppressed who is sold out to the enemy. Certainly, the bourgeois revolution has to have a symbol and name, even though, in the final instance, it too is made up of anonymous forces and material relations. It is the last revolution to be unaware of its anonymity. Thus, we think of it as a romantic revolution. Our revolution will appear when there is no more kowtowing to individuals, cowardly and confused for the most part, and when the instrument of its own class power as a party, which is melded together with all its doctrinal, organizational, and militant characteristics. A party within which names and individual merit count for nothing. A party which denies the individual possesses consciousness, will, initiative, merit, or blame, in order to fuse everyone together into its unified and sharply defined whole. Denies the individual possesses consciousness, will, initiative, merit, or blame. Again, is it not? Did this not before make the argument that action precedes consciousness? This is initiative, by the way, and that joining the party, is a mystic thing of instinct. Again, this is will and initiative, right? This is an individual thing. It's a class thing, but the individuals within the class are still doing it. And in fact, there can be bad actors. There can be all sorts of circumstances. And yes, you want to foolproof as much as possible, but you cannot foolproof. There's no way to account for everything. This is the root of the criticism of the perfect model, is it not? There's no way to account for everything, to account for every circumstance, in terms of creating the absolutely perfect model for a given time and place, right? That's the root of the argument against it. It's also an argument against planned economies, but I digress. All right. 44. Croaking about Praxis 1953. 19. Activity is down to the workers. Consciousness exists in their party alone. Activity praxis is directed and spontaneous, whilst consciousness is delayed or whenever I do a pause like that, usually it's me closing my mouth and letting you hear what just was said, and I'm raising my eyebrow. Okay. Activity, praxis, that is action guided by theory, is direct and spontaneous, whilst consciousness is delayed, reflected, is anticipated only in the party and only when the latter exists and is operational. Does the class cease to exist in a coldly statistical sense? Oh, so they do recognize the class existing. Oh, I see. So they do recognize the class as existing outside of the party. They just call it the cold statistical sense. Okay. And becomes an active force in the age of subversion, attacking a hostile world with actions directed towards a known and desired end. Known and desired not by individuals, be they followers or leaders, soldiers or generals, but by the impersonal party collective. a collective which encompasses distant countries and successive generations, and which isn't, therefore, a patrimony which is enclosed in one head, testa, but rather within the texts, testi. I wish that they wouldn't use those words. Since no bare technical means of conducting a sifting process of soldiers and above all of generals is available to us, whereas the idea of an inherent conflict exists between those who give orders and those who follow them. The late's insipid blah from across the Alps is really very banal. The right wing of the Russian party would like party members be drawn from the workers' professional or factory groups federated to the party. The Russians used to call the trade unions professional associations. But was it in a polemical sense that Lenin forged a historic expression of the party being, above all, an organization of professional revolutionaries? The latter not ask, are you workers? What is your trade? Are you a mechanic, a tinsmith, or carpenter? They're just as likely to be factory workers as students, or even sons of nobles. They will reply, I'm a revolutionary, that's my trade. Only Stalinist Cretinism could interpret the phrase to mean revolutionary in a career sense, being on the party payroll. So, to be clear, Lenin specified that the professional revolutionaries were paid, and the reason that they're paid is because they're full time. They cannot pay for their own existence without the support of the party. It is literally their job to be a revolutionary and take action. If they weren't paid, then they would starve, right? Such a useless formulation so leaves the questions unanswered whether the employees of the apparatus should be drawn from amongst the workers from other classes as well, but wasn't really anything to do with that anyway. And the thing is, if, they aren't paid, then guess who the only people who can act as professional revolutionaries are? People who have the money to do full-time revolutionary work without working for money, without working for their life. All right. Let's take this. No, we'll take the whole thing. All right. 45. Racial pressure of the peasantry, class pressure from the colored people is 1953. Freedom neither in theory nor in tactics. This key concept of the left must be clearly understood. The party's substantive organic unity diametrically opposed to the formal hierarchical unity of the Stalinists must be understood as a requirement of doctrine, program, and of so-called tactics. If we understand by tactic means of action, these can only be decided upon by taking the same kind of investigation that led us, on the basis of data of past history, to decide upon our final integral programmatic demands. The means cannot vary or be dispensed indiscriminately, either at a later time or worse still by distinct groups, without corresponding change in the programmatic goals and the path one intends to pursue to achieve them. It is obvious that the means are not chosen out of any regard to their intrinsic qualities, according to whether they are nice or nasty, gentle or harsh, mild or severe. However, rather than simply depending on whatever seems right at the time, being able to make a rough forecast of the sequence of tactics likely to be applicable is an essential tool in the collective party armory. This is an old warhorse of the left, and therein also lies the organizational formula of the so-called base, can only be counted on to execute actions indicated by a center insofar as the center is restricted to a short list of previously anticipated potential moves corresponding to a no less anticipated range of eventualities. Establishing this dialectical link is one of the things that allows us to rise above the paltry level achievable by applying internal consultative democracy, an exercise we have repeatedly shown to be absolutely pointless. Perhaps in stuff that I've not read. And I've read a lot of your stuff, but it's possible that you have actually engaged this question. But you haven't in any of the stuff that's about organizational structure. Indeed, everyone defends internal democracy within organizations, just as everyone from top to bottom is ready to make an exhibition of themselves in these strange, convoluted power games and coup d'etats that take place within them. All right. We're going to be taking this. I will read through this section because I'm interested in going in depth in it, but we're not going to take notes quite yet. Sheesh, this section is not short. Dialogue with the Dead, 1956. So, part 74. Marxism, and here we need to embark in a short historico-philosophical treatise, sees neither the great individual nor any collective system of individuals as the subject of historical decision. This is because Marxism draws out historical relationships and the causes of events and the relationship of things with people, in such a way that results brought to light are common to every individual, regardless of particular individual attributes. Since in resolving the social question, Marxism rejects any constitutional or juridical formulations as premise to a concrete historical course, refuses to express a choice when faced with a badly framed question. Should one person, a college of persons, the party as a whole, or the class as a whole decide everything? First of all, nobody decides, but rather a field of economic productive relations common to large human groups. It is not a case of forcing history along a certain path, but of deciphering it. Okay. I was about to quote Marx there, but, of discovering the currents that exist within it, and the sole means of participating in their dynamic motion is to obtain a certain level of scientific knowledge regarding them. The extent to which this is possible differing greatly according to the historical phase. So, who is best at deciphering history? Who can explain it scientifically and see what all we need to do? It depends. One individual may be better at a committee, the party, or the class. The consultation of the workers gets us no further forward than consulting all citizens with stupid head counts. Marxism fights against laborism and workerism in the sense that it knows in most cases the resolutions will be counter-revolutionary and opportunist. As for the party, even after screening out those who reject its doctrinal cornerstones as a matter of principle, its historical mechanism still doesn't boil down to the rank and file that is always right. The party is a real historical unit, not a colony of men microbes. The Communist left has always proposed that the democratic centralism formula ascribed to Lenin should be replaced with that of organic centralism. Finally, as regards committees, countless historical examples have demonstrated the futility of collegial or joint leadership. Suffice to recall the relationship between Lenin and the party and Lenin and the Central Committee in April 1917 and October 1917. The best detector of the revolutionary influences in history's force field in the context of giving social and productive relations may be the mass, the crowd, a committee, or just one individual. But the discriminating element lies elsewhere. Okay, so... Oops. We'll take this and continue. 75. In quoting from Lenin, they didn't notice a magnificent synthetic passage that goes way beyond central committees. Quote, the working class in its worldwide struggle needs authority in the same way that the young worker needs the experience of veteran fighters against oppression and exploitation, of those who have organized many strikes, have taken part in a number of revolutions, who are wise in revolutionary traditions and have a broad political outlook. The proletarians of every country need the authority of the worldwide struggle of the proletariat. The collective body of the progressive class conscious workers immediately engaged in the struggle in each country will always remain the highest authority on all such questions. End quote. At the heart of this passage lie the concepts of time and space taken to their ultimate extent, that is, the historical tradition of struggle, the international field within which it operates. Let us include within our tradition the future, the program of tomorrow's struggles. Converging from every continent and unbounded by time, how will this Leninite collective body to which we give supreme power within the party come together? It is composed of the living, the dead, and the yet to be born. So this isn't a formula we came up with. It's in Marxism, it's in Lenin's writings. Who can chatter idly now about power and authority entrusted to a leader, to an executive committee, to such and such a consultative body in such and such an area? Any decision is fine by us as long as it remains in line with that broad global vision. Maybe one person will see it, maybe a million will. This theory of Marx and Engels grew out of the explanation they gave in contradistinction to the libertarians of the authoritarian nature of the process of class revolutions, which the individual, with all of his claims to autonomy, disappears and becomes a negligible quantity, but nevertheless is not subordinated to a chief, to a hero, nor to a hierarchy derived from bygone institutions. All right. We're going to grab this. This entire section is actually quite good. Let's see. Though it's kind of funny that they make this recognition, but then they go and they continue their denial of the use of democracy. Because, again, it's a false question. Do you do democracy or do you not do democracy? Well, how about we do democracy where it's applicable and do other stuff where it's applicable, right? Okay, 47. Economic and social structure of Russia today, 1956. 35. Everything that Lenin declares and inscribes on the pages of these historic theses is terribly opposed to what they did in Russia. Not just to what the bourgeois and pay bourgeois parties did, but to what the workers' parties and even his own party did as well. But at the same time, it is entirely consistent with what had already been written, with the course plotted out by Marx and Engels in 1848, and 100 times confirmed, and with the course marked by Lenin himself from 1900 onwards in Russia. Those who are impatient, who get excited every time they hear about a new modern directive, should understand this. We defend the immutability of the road ahead, yes, but it's not rectilinearity, moving in a straight line. Okay. It contains many twists and turns. But, as Trotsky said, these aren't the figment of the leader's imagination. The word leader, in fact, signifies a driver, but the party leader isn't a car driver who can grab the wheel and drive off whenever he wants, whether he is a train or tram driver. His strength lies in recognizing that the railway truck is already in place, even though certainly not always straight, and he knows the stations he'll be passing through, the bends and the slopes, and the destination towards which he is headed. This is a terrible. This is a really, really bad explanation. And of course, not just the leader alone knows this. The historical route map doesn't belong to one thinking head, but to the organization that transcends individuals, above all in a temporal sense. An organization composed of living history and of a word you won't like, codified doctrine. This is renounced. We have as good as abandoned the struggle, and the next Lenin will be unable to save us. Clutching our posters, books, and theses, it will be off to the pulping plant, with us solely to blame for our own complete bankruptcy. All right. Left-wing communism, an infantile disorder, a condemnation of the renegades to come, 1961. Again, we did not read this, and this is also not Lenin's piece. So 14. From which microphone does such a collective force broadcast its orders? We have always denied that a mechanical and formalistic rule could decide. It isn't the 50 plus 1% who have the right to speak, although such a bourgeois method can often be useful. And neither do we accept the metaphysical rule of head counts in the party, trade union, councils, or class. Sometimes the decisive voice will be that of the restless masses, or at other times that of a group within the party structure. Lenin, as we have seen, isn't afraid of using the word oligarchy. Sometimes that of just one individual, a Lenin as in April 1917 and even October itself, against the opinion of, quote, all. Okay, we'll grab this and see how they actually do talk about the usefulness sometimes of this methodology. All right. 49. The Great Light was obscure, 1961. We did not read this. The party requires more than just theoretical strength to develop the link between class doctrine and class action to its full extent. Amongst party militants, there may well exist conviction and enthusiasm, but they can't always generate amongst the masses simply through their activity as orators, agitators, and writers. It isn't a rhetorical process that prompts the masses to rally around a party, nor the latter having in its possessions an elect group, the famous leaders, whose impact on history, or rather headline grabbing, is entirely lamentable. The process is rather one of social physics. What doesn't provoke the facts? One records them. We consider the thesis that isn't a matter of choosing a group of people to form the party's general staff as an enormously important one. That is, it isn't a case of casting for the big roles, or finding the right people to constitute some kind of brain trust. It is to steer well clear of this contemptible and highly superficial attitude. It is an illusion that has never been encouraged in good faith, and is simply the external manifestation of careerism. That curse of the political democracies by which, not necessarily in democracies, but by which certain individuals whose defining qualities and craftiness and enslavement to pathological ambition, or to anyone above them, elbow their way to the top of the pile, and in all cases it's the pushiest ones who get there. All vain people are cowards. And the story of the Comintern's miserable decline, after its memorable but all too brief ascent, is precisely characterized by a frantic search for the right people. In time, we denounce unreservedly that is in fact a negative, back-to-front selection. Maybe in certain cases, the Russian comrades believed that these components of the party machine would soon be enough to put aside after the expectant rapid burnout. But we didn't accept this criterion, accusing it of relying far too much on extremely artificial voluntarism. Okay. Just want to confirm whether or not there's anything to pull here. No. Okay. 50. Considerations of the party's organic activity when the general situation is historically unfavorable. 1965. We read this. 9. As we all know, when the situation becomes radicalized, huge numbers of people acting instinctively and unencumbered by need to ape academia and attain qualifications will immediately take our side. That is, if your organization is actually there for them to take the side. And other organizations aren't there and actively working as bad faith organizations with the intent to draw from that. 14. The transmission of this undeformed tradition into efforts to form a new international party organization without any historic breaks may not, in an organizational sense, be based on men chosen because they would be best at it or most knowledgeable about the historical doctrine. And yet, in an organic sense, such a transmission nevertheless has to remain totally faithful to the line connecting the actions of the group which first gave expression to it 40 years ago to the line as it exists today. The new movement should expect neither supermen nor messiahs, but must be based on rekindling of as much as been possible to preserve over a long intervening period. The preservation cannot be restricted to just theses and documents, but must also include the living instruments to constitute the old guard, entrusted with the task of handing on the uncorrupted and powerful party tradition to the young guard. Okay. Theses on historical duty, action, structure of the World Communist Party. The Theses of Naples, 1965. We read this. 11. Naturally, we won't disavow ourselves by committing the childish error of seeking salvation in a search for the best people or the choice of leaders and semi-leaders, all of which we hold to be baggage characteristic of the opportunist phenomena historically opposed to the march of left revolutionary Marxism. Supplementary theses, the Milan Thesis, 1966. We read this. 9. Amongst the tasks within the party's difficult brief is its current effort to free itself, once and for all, from the treacherous impulse that seems to emanate from well-known people and from the despicable function of manufacturing, in order to attain its aims and victories, a stupid fame and publicity through other big names. The party in every one of its various twists and turns must never waver in its decision to fight courageously and decisively for such an outcome, considering it to be the true anticipation of the society of the future. Okay, so I think that at the time I was reading this, I translated this to the party getting itself well known. But this is saying that this is about individual people within the party seeking fame. Okay. 53. Preface to the post 1954 Theses in 1970. I did not read this. Organization, say its discipline, isn't a point of departure, but a point of arrival. It has no need of statutory codification and disciplinary regulation. It recognizes no contradiction between the base and the summit. It excludes the rigid barriers of a division of labor inherited from the capitalist regime, not because leaders and experts in specific areas aren't needed, but because these are, and necessarily have to be, committed, in the same way as the most lowly of its militants, only more so, to a program, a doctrine, and to a clear and unequivocal definition of tactical norms shared by the entire party, known to each of its members, publicly affirmed, and above all translated into practice in full view of the class as a whole. And just as leaders and experts are necessary, they are likewise dispensable as soon as they cease to fulfill the role which, by natural selection rather than by stupid head counts, the party has entrusted to them, or when, worse still, they deviate from the path which has been marked out for all to follow. More of this natural selection rather than, the party making determinations without having to experience the process of evolution through destruction, which they rejected before, but now they're readapting for some reason. A party of this type, as ours tends and strives to become, without however making any anti-historical claim to purity or perfection, doesn't adapt its entire. Yes, it does. It says that it's got the past, present, and future. What are you talking about? That's exactly what it calls. That the program can't be changed because it also includes a future. All right. Party of this type doesn't adapt its entire internal life, its development, its, let's say it, hierarchy of technical functions to fit with whimsical decisions made on the spur of the moment or decreed by a majority, but rather it grows and is reinforced by the dynamics of the class struggle in general and by its own intervention within it in particular. The party creates its instruments of battle, its organs at all levels, without predicting them in advance. It doesn't need, apart from any exceptional circumstances, to expel after a proper trial those who no longer feel like following our immutable common road, because it has to be capable of eliminating them from within itself in the same way a healthy organism spontaneously eliminates its waste matter. Quote, revolution isn't a question of forms of organization, end quote. On the contrary, organization in all of its various forms is constituted in response to the various demands of the revolution, with not just the outcome forecast, but the path leading up to the forecast as well. Consultations, constitutions, and statutes are characteristic of societies divided up into classes. Now, parties that, in their term, express not the historical trajectory of a class, but the intersection of the divergent or not fully convergent trajectories of several classes. Internal democracy and bureaucratism, worship of individual or group, freedom of expression, and ideological terrorism are terms are not so much antithetical as dialectically connected. Unity of doctrine and tactical action, organic character of organizational centralism. They can be equally two sides of the same coin. All right. This is for the most part a very good quote. There we go. All right. So when we come back, I'll have these things summarized, but that's the end of the session today. All right, we're back and continuing chapter 4. And I wanted to go real quick through the previous sections that we had taken note of. I know that it's kind of a break in the audiobook recording, but I think that this is worthwhile. So let's get right into it. Members need to contribute to maintaining organizational community. Party policy is determined by the International Center, which issues orders as the central node via translating party program, aims, principles, and theory into action. studying, researching, and interpreting social events, and actively intervening in those events. Any decision is in line with the historical line. Individuals are not to blame for failures or successes to maintain their role in the party. Rather, it is a function of the quality of the development of party work and function as a whole. Moving people throughout the party hierarchy to fix problems will not remove the basis for the problem to exist. All positions need to be, for the maximum capacity, foolproof. People are selected to positions on the hierarchy, roles, and tasks which define the organization based on collective work and sound tradition. Any orders that are carried out are done by the actual rank and file. Any orders should be done by those that increase. Any orders should be those that increase discipline and unity. No orders which decrease this, no matter the circumstance, should be employed. The rank and file should reject orders that do not align with this. Through this, the whole party is setting the boundaries of leading organs. Note, this will not function properly. Any party that aims at militant action will need complex and secretive organization. Not everyone can have all knowledge for a multitude of reasons. Unless you want to get absolutely fucked. That's just reality. No consultation is required for such to occur. If the rank and file is properly trained, then they will only accept orders which are the correct ones. This creates a dialectical relationship between the rank and file and center on the basis of the movement's traditions, preparedness, and maintaining continuity in thinking and action. Everyone's understanding of anything is owed to the collective and their own translation of that collective knowledge. Leaders' formulations are not their own creations, but are instead clarifications based on the class party's experience. Sometimes particularly developed individuals, leaders, can express things through what appear to be inspiration or intuition at a given moment. Because they have knowledge of the theory and stuff, and then they also have a lively sense of knowledge of the circumstances and the terrain that they're on, and they're able to make connections. And I just want to note, this is inspiration. They just don't want to, they just want to call it clarification or elaboration rather than saying it's new or anything, because I suspect that they're afraid that creates a conception of essentially divine inspiration. I think it's a pretty silly distinction. I think that hopefully everybody is aware of the distinction between deducing and inducing things based on one's own knowledge and education and so on and so forth about certain things versus divine inspiration. I hope people are familiar with that. But if they feel that it's necessary, then fine, whatever. But that's what it is. It is inspiration, and it's intuition from deduction and induction about the conditions that you're in using prior knowledge. Wonderful. Anyway, essentially this is their way of avoiding saying that they're picking up new tactics, principles, etc. by saying that it's simply clarification of the program history, never anything new. The leader is like a conductor before an orchestra, an operating instrument, not a motor force of collective thinking and action. The individual is assigned according to role to a place within the collective framework. This distribution produces a hierarchy. This hierarchy, as a result of the process of distribution, trends towards elimination of coercion. Rather, there is a technical rationality. This is a natural division of labor resultant of everyone in the party moving between different forms of party work to learn through doing. Eventually, everyone knows who is good in one place versus another, and assignments develop. The party prefigurative of communist society is a coercion-free collective. The developments made by the impressive individual do not disappear because they write it down and, they become common within the party. We do not need to have someone in such a position at all times, at least, or at least we should structure our organization to not need political geniuses. If they come along, that's great. If they don't, then we should be able to function without them. In other words, your organization needs to be robust. Yeah. There's nothing special with this conception. Anyway, well, I suppose there is, but there shouldn't be anything special about this conception. Continuing, leaders emerge from party activity, working methods, and the confidence the party is able to inspire. Finding opportunist deviation will aid in the development of a general staff. We should not and cannot wait for and guarantee a limit. The party needs to be able at any time to remove anyone from any position regardless of their past contributions. This means that the organization needs to be able to exist without leaders and have the structure and resilience to adapt to not having positions or having poor people in positions. Not like in terms of wealth, but like they're bad at their job. The party needs to be able to work. The party allows the proletariat class to transcend cold statistical character and develop real consciousness, which in turn allows them to be an active force. In other words, they are suddenly going back, and this is in 1953, recognizing that the proletariat does in fact exist outside of the party. They just say it's a cold statistical character, which is fair, right? And then the party should not be a collection of individuals with their own goals, but an impersonal party collective. This collective should have its consciousness within the heads of any individual, but embodied in texts that are familiar with and carried out in daily activity. Professional revolutionaries' profession is revolution. It does not mean being on a payroll by the party, but rather carrying out revolutionary activity as one's division of labor. Note, it is necessary to be on the payroll, else only the people capable of being full-time professional revolutionaries are those who do not need an income. This can be sidestepped as the party itself. Prefiguration of communist society has also established a commune which can support all activities. I've not seen them make that claim, but that's the only thing that I can conceive of when they say the prefiguration, while also not having, professional revolutionaries, or rather having everybody as that. Continuing. Means emerge out of the program. Therefore, changes in means is synonymous with change in the program. Making a forecast of tactics to be applied in conditions is necessary for the party. The base executes actions indicated by the center in its tactical forecast in a short list, or carries out previously successful tactics in relation to conditions. Essentially, the party has a list of potential tactics it will carry out in given conditions, which everyone is familiar with. B, the center analyzes current conditions and highlights the tactics to be put into action to carry out the strategy, anticipating the movement of circumstances. C, as conditions require, the center looks into the program and clarifies into it for new tactics to carry out when the current ones don't work. They just don't want to actually say it out loud, but that's what they're saying. Okay, so the rank and file is not always right. The correct position couldn't be held by any layer of groups whatsoever, including an individual. The party draws from worldwide historical experience, both past, present, and future. The party, being able to strategize and look into the future and what is necessary in a step-by-step conception, is able to compose of a program that includes the future. Sure. The path can be found by individuals or by any level of group and cannot be expected to be found in an individual. So essentially what they're trying to say is, the party is capable of looking into the future and strategizing, right? But then they go a step further because they have a mystic view, very, very publicly, and they straight out admit it, as we talked about last session, right? Of the party, of how the party functions and so on and so forth, and they fetishize the party, alienate their agency to the party, and present the party as having its own consciousness outside of the people that are within it, right? And one of the things that they're making the claim is because the party is able to look to the future and plan and strategize for the long term, that means that it can essentially look into the future and see, okay, the step-by-step process, and therefore the program that they have is not only working off of the past, that is through historical texts, and the present, which is the daily activity that's going on now, but also the future, where it is anticipating the things that the theoretical developments that are going to occur in the future as society and the struggle changes and the class struggle progresses. And therefore, essentially, the party is not only it's not only a party in the present and in a national and international sphere, it's also in all stages of human society and development. Um, I'm I think that this is rather silly, mainly because even if you do have this future program, there's nothing of use to actually put it to because it's purely idealistic. It's purely in the ideal. It cannot be put into play in the now. That's not to say that I'm rejecting long-term strategy or anything like that. Absolutely not. Nothing of it. However, what it does mean is that essentially, I think that the conception that, oh, hey, we're adding into our program all this stuff in the future is pretty ridiculous. Continuing. Organization is the aim and does not require statutory codification, disciplinary regulation, distinction between base and center, or division of labor. Hierarchy exists in organic matter without coercion. Members in the hierarchy have to be committed to the program, doctrine, and tactical norms of the whole party. These tactical norms are known by all members and publicly affirmed. They are carried out in the daily life of the party. Leaders are removed from position by natural selection. I want to give a note. This is fucking stupid. That's not going to work, and we should not be doing natural selection anything within an organization, especially one that claims to be able to be looking to the future. There's not a hierarchy of technical functions decreed by a majority, but rather it, quote, grows and is reinforced by the dynamics of class struggle in general and by its own intervention within a particular, end quote. The party develops organs to carry out struggle without predicting them in advance. Note, this is fucking stupid. This is more mystification of the party. It's more sticking your head in the ground and saying, because we can't understand it, because they've kind of painted themselves into a corner here, therefore we should not say anything about it, and we shouldn't investigate it. And the party needs to be able to expel sections that are not carrying out action properly. Note, this text presents this as a spontaneous process. It is not. It's a profoundly mechanistic one, wherein the organs are analyzed and terminated through coercive force that they do not do so automatically, instilled within the cell itself. They talk about like, oh, your body just spontaneously gets rid of waste, right? Because they're doing this whole organic thing. But your body doesn't spontaneously do anything. There's nothing in your body that's spontaneous. It is all completely mechanical, and they have structures in place that audit the body through homeostasis and purge it of things that are not working the way they are intended to by evolution. So, this is a completely incorrect conception. Anyway, and then finally, the party, rank and file, and center are dialectically related. The program principles and the organizational structure, the tactics are all dialectically interrelated at all levels. And this text does not say this, but, I put that in there because what they had was fucking stupid and I didn't want to deal with it. Anyway, that is catching up to where we were previously. Next up is the Chapter 4, the party as prefiguration of communist society. From what we have said about the characteristics of the party organ, it should have become evident, as regards its internal dynamics and the relationship between the various organs and molecules of which it is composed, that the party prefigures the future classless and stateless communist society. The party, actor and subject of the violent revolution and the dictatorship, isn't just any old party, it is the Communist Party. Thus, a party linked to a specific historic perspective from which it derives its program and activity. A perspective which is the expression of a particular class, whose struggle doesn't aim to reestablish the rule of one class over other classes, but to destroy society's division into classes altogether. The ultimate goal is a society without classes, a society without exchange values, a society in which each individual interests and those of the species no longer stand in opposition, a society in which each will give according to their ability and receive according to their need. A society, in short, in which the adherence of every individual to the general social interest will be obtained without coercion, organically and spontaneously. The violent class struggle, which the party must have no qualms about leading, just as it must have no qualms about personally directing state violence and terrorism, appears therefore not as an end in itself, but as a means to achieving an end already anticipated within the party's internal dynamics. Indeed, within the party, which expresses the interests of a single class that is fighting to eliminate classes altogether, there are no conflicts of social interests. Consequently, it is able to achieve a hierarchy of organic functions without the need to resort to coercive machinery or to any kind of legalistic apparatus. In the party, relationships of a mercantile type no longer exist, and the cement that holds the organization together is the voluntary commitment of all of its cells to the struggle and to sacrifice for a common goal. The cement that keeps the various members of the organization together and which links the center to the periphery and vice versa, which ensures that everyone obeys orders, is the reciprocal trust and solidarity between comrades, all of whom recognize one final goal, all of whom work in common for a common end. They say that this is a quote from Lenin's What Is to Be Done, but I'm not sure if they mean the entire thing because it's in a different format. Usually it's with these brackets, but it's more of this, hey, listen, all the problems in the organization will just be done away with if people are nice to one another. To some degree you can do that, but essentially, if any organ within an organization, any section within an organization is unable to carry out what it needs to do, then it will create the conditions for being able to do them by force if necessary. It's just how these things work. And you can call it coercion, you can call it whatever, but really what it is, for example, if somebody is constantly interrupting a meeting that has to go on, then people are going to shush them. And that's a good thing. That's a good thing. This is the interests of the whole overriding the interests of the partial. But the problem is, in any sort of circumstance like this, if essentially what's going on is, even if you got this reciprocal trust and solidarity, or you're like, oh, you need these resources and whatnot, I trust that's the case. Well, everybody is doing that. Everybody is doing that. And there's going to arise these issues, and you need to have some way of dealing with those. Now, to some degree, that can be considered the center, right? The center makes the final decision here, and so on and so forth. But really, that's also coercive at its whole. An organization should not have to depend on reciprocal trust and solidarity. Ideally, it can, but it shouldn't have to. You need to have the kind of robustness in an organization in order to absorb competing interests within it. Okay, with that said. Alright, so the party should be able to at any times carry out revolutionary violence, but this is a means to an end. The ends must always be embedded in the organizational dynamics. The party, therefore, should be prefigurative. No conflicts of social interests, hierarchy of functions without coercive machinery or legal apparatus, no mercantile relations, and common voluntary commitment with reciprocal trust and solidarity, with the center maintaining such links with the periphery. Okay. The party will have to be the general staff of the revolution and the dictatorship, but it will only be so insofar as it has managed to establish an internal dynamic that shuns all those relations between people that are typical of present-day society. The less that internal relations are based on individual squabbles and battles between different groups, the expression of class interests, the less will hierarchies be formal, mechanical, democratic, and bureaucratic. the less will the allocation of roles to the various members of the organization mimic the bourgeois division of labor. The less will individual names count for anything, and the more will there predominate a solid and rational research into the best solutions. The more will there prevail a spontaneous and natural discipline to an approach which is supported by all as a common goal prevail. And more will there be realized an anonymous, impersonal, and collective work of all the cells of which the party organism is composed. Okay, we're going to grab this. Okay. So the party will act as the general staff by its internal dynamics which transcend current society. Do the parties rejecting dynamics of individuals in different groups, as say factions, more or less? Basically, they claim that formal, mechanical, democratic, and bureaucratic hierarchies are suppressed. Bourgeois divisions of labor are suppressed. Individuals lose their importance, and the impersonal, collective, anonymous, impersonal collective takes the 4. Solid, rational research into correct solutions to a problem will take the 4, and spontaneous and natural discipline will develop. I'm not sure how they have come to that conclusion, but that's what they say will be the result. Especially this spontaneity and natural discipline. I don't know how removing, I guess, removing factions and removing individuals' importance in this basically means that everybody is kind of unable to, cause a ruckus, and everybody is fundamentally suborned to the collective, impersonal collective. So that kind of means that discipline necessarily is the case because nobody has anywhere to kind of go for their own personal ends, and it stops any career aspirations. So okay, I guess I can understand that. And the reasoning for solid rational research into correct solutions to any problem will take the 4. That's the hope. If there's no factions, then essentially you just have this scientific core that is going in and looking at things, and they're not worried about fights between individuals or groups or anything like that. And they just, figure out what's best to do, and then everybody does it. Okay. So I understand where they're going with that. I just have no idea how they plan to do that besides saying organic centralism, which is, yeah, we've talked about this in the past. Anyway, continuing. Only insofar as all political struggle ceases within the party can it be an effective organ of the political struggle between classes. Only so far as there is no repression or dictatorship inside the party can it function as an effective organ of dictatorial repression. The party, meanwhile, acts as general staff, insofar as it foreshadows the natural and spontaneous organization which will distinguish future communist humanity. If the party were to lose this characteristic, if internal struggles between competing interests, coercion, bureaucracy, formalism, careerism, and the worship of big names, etc., were to gain the upper hand, then its primary function as a political organ, as the general staff of the proletarian revolution, would be weakened. Does this mean that the party should be conceived of as a, quote, a phalanstery encircled by insurmountable walls, as, quote, an island of communism in the viscera of present society, end quote? Absolutely not. And why not? Because the party has to exist within the society it's fighting against, and is exposed to its influence. Thus, its organic mode of functioning, its foreshadowing of future human society, doesn't arise from a statutory formula premise as the basis on which to organize, but as the fruit of a continuous party struggle, from a continuous work directed towards making this a reality, an accomplishment which, same as discipline, is not the point of departure, but rather a point of arrival. I'm okay, so I understand what they're trying to say, at least what they're saying the problem is. I just don't understand what their solution is. They're saying that essentially, hey, no, the party can't go and essentially separate itself from society. We exist within bourgeois society, so Well, so essentially, we have to have some way of dealing with these things that are natural products of class society. But then they essentially say our solution isn't statutory formula. Okay. All right. All right. All right. All right. I actually do understand what they're saying. They're saying that essentially their organization needs to be continually enforcing this condition. This is what Marx would term, well, he wouldn't term this, but he terms communist society positive transcendence a lot. So we could say this is the negative transcendence. So things like, for example, careerism and formalism and bureaucracy are negatively transcended through, active struggle against it rather than an, you know, the example that Marx gives is atheism, right? Atheism is not the positive transcendence of religion because it is the negation of religion. It's attacking religion. It has something to attack. The positive transcendence is there no longer being religion at all, and so atheism itself is negated, the negation of the negation. So they're saying essentially that the organization has to be constantly fighting against all these trends um, in whatever way is necessary. And they're claiming that the best way to do this is to essentially not have any formula of organization to achieve this. Um, I'm going to again lay down the structure, the tyranny of structurelessness, and say, I want you to read this once, twice, three times, four times, five times, and as many times as necessary for you to understand that saying we have no structure and we're just constantly in dynamic flux all the time is the exact circumstances that these people salivate over. That bad actors salivate over. Continuing. Our thesis, which is dynamic rather than static, is that the party grows and becomes stronger in the measure that it manages to realize a mode of functioning appropriate to it. It is weakened in the measure that specific historical situations prevent it from doing so. It dies whenever it ceases to pursue this path or strive for this end, or even if, as in the case of the Third International after 1923, it theorizes as appropriate for itself a dynamic typical of societies divided into classes and the parties which represent them. All right, we're going to put this in here, but I'm going to kind of move off the actual summary and more into explanation. So the party negatively transcends current conditions and their products such as internal struggles, coercion, bureaucracy, formalism, careerism, cult of personality, etc. This negative transcendence involves constant party struggle, this coercion, by the way, because, these things are going to build up naturally just due to the conditions. And then the party has to have methods of striking them down, especially when they, well, formalized, however you want to call it. The way that we would do this is through an internal investigation, through auditing systems. And yes, this would have to be a system. This isn't just something that, this isn't a spontaneous thing, nor is it a continuous thing either. Continuous auditing, we'll get into this with cybernetics, but one of the things is efficiency, right? You can, within theory, let's say somebody visits a shop, right? It is theoretically possible that you could give every single customer to a shop somebody that will stand behind them, take measurements of them, talk to them, ask them what they need, and so on and so forth, and walk them through the shop and so on and whatnot. This is a form of maximization of variety. The possible states of things focus on this sort of stuff. But for obvious reasons, this is a very difficult thing to sell, and you could maybe do it within a very high profile thing, but that's because you have, through having this high profile place that you're selling at, you've got you've reduced your variety by saying only rich people can shop here. That automatically reduces the number of people that you're expecting to sell to, right? Um, but without this, it's just not reasonable to go in and say at all times everybody's looking over everybody else's shoulder, and doing this continuous work against coercion, against internal struggles and interests and conflicts, and against bureaucracy and formalism and careerism and cult of personality. Yes, these are things that occur. Yes, we should be educating, and that is a form of active struggle, but that's not enough, because these sorts of things will solidify. And what's necessary from there? What's necessary from there is you have some method by which to break them up. This is your audit. This is your system 3. This is your uh right. um Anyway, we'll get to that when we get to cybernetics. Back to the text. We're on to quotations now. This is Lenin on the Path of Revolution, 1924. The party organization, which allows the class to truly exist as such and lead a life as such, can be viewed as a unitary mechanism in which the various, quote, brains, not just brains, of course, but other organs as well, perform different tasks according to aptitude and capacity, all of them in the service of a common goal and interest which is progressively unified ever more intimately in time and space. It is an anti-individualist insofar as it is materialist. It doesn't believe in the soul or that individuals have metaphysical or transcendental content, but rather assigns the individual, according to his or her role, a place within the collective framework, creating a hierarchy which tends ever more to an elimination of coercion, which it replaces with technical rationality. Party is already an example of a coercion-free collective. Has this quote already been used 3 times? So then they are very much impressed by it. Okay. Powerhouse of production or commercial swamp, 1954. In one sense, the party is the advanced depository of reliable knowledge about a society that is yet to come into existence, indeed, one that won't arise until after the political victory and dictatorship of the proletariat. Neither is there anything magical about this, considering that the phenomena is historically observable in every mode of production, including the bourgeoisies, whose theoretical precursors and early political fighters carried out a critique of the forms and values of the time by defending theses which later become generally accepted, whilst in the environment which surrounded them and real bourgeois themselves followed ancient and conformist faiths, not recognizing their own palpable material interests in these theoretical enunciations. I guess this kind of applies. 56. Russia and Revolution in Marxist Theory, 1955. This is part 4, section 39. To be exact, there will never be a proletarian consciousness. There's a doctrine, communist knowledge, but this is found within the proletarian party, not in the class. Its possession of the revolutionary doctrine makes the party act as the reservoir of the attitudes and positions of the communist social person of the future will adopt. 57. The Fundamentals of Marxist Revolutionary Communism, 1957. Part 3. The way to overcome this shortcoming, which will involve many battles along the way, is through forming organs which avoid modeling themselves on those drawn from the bourgeois world, which can be nothing but the proletarian party and the proletarian state, within which a society of tomorrow crystallizes and advances in its actual historical existence. Within those organs, which we defined as immediate, which copy and bear the physiological imprint of present-day society, nothing can occur but a crystallization and perpetuation of this society. Basically an attack on unions, which just reproduce these structures, or worker co-ops, for instance. Continuing. So, original content of the Communist Program, 1958. Did we read this? No, we didn't. Okay. The capacity to describe in advance and hasten the arrival of the communist future, dialectically sought neither in the individual nor in the universal, may be found in a formula that synthesizes the party's historical potential, the political party, actor, and subject of the dictatorship. If the personality represents a danger, in fact, he is nothing but a millennial delusion arising from men's ignorance, separating them from their history as a species. The only way to fight such a danger lies in the qualitatively universal unitarity of the party, within which the revolutionary concentration of forces is accomplished, transcending local and national limitations, professional or job categories, and the workplace prisoner of the wage earners, a party within which the future society without classes and without exchange already exists. I don't know what's being said here unless they're saying that a person's individuality is a millennial delusion. This is written in 1958, so this can't be like this can't be like the millennials as in the age group. But yeah, I think that they're saying that more poo-pooing the existence of the individual. All right, so the struggles of classes and states in the non-white people's world, 1958. Section 13. The Communist Party has no big names or stars, not even Marx and Lenin. It is a force that draws its strength and potential from humanity which is yet to arise, and whose one life will be a collective and species life, from the simplest of manual roles up to the most complex and arduous mental activities. We define the party as follows: the projection of tomorrow's mankind society into the present. This is more idealism. Why do you do this? What is the point? Anyway, this is what we mean in our other texts when we write about the party foreshadowing the future society without classes and without exchange, within which individualism and any personal ideology or praxis will die away. All right. Theses on the historical duty, action, and structure of the World Communist Party. Theses of Naples, 1965. We read this. Section 13. That within the party there's a tendency to try and create a fiercely anti-bourgeois environment, broadly anticipating the character of communist society, has long been said, for instance, by the young Italian communists back in 1912. But such a worthy aspiration should not lead us to consider the ideal party as a phalanstery encircled by insurmountable walls. Remember, phalanstery is like a church. All right. And next up will be part 3. I hope I will see you in the next publication.